Chapter 336. Northern Wilderness Region, East Coast. A huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea, and a group of cultivators rose from it. The leader was a bald, burly man named Jianghu. He had been to the Violet Demon Palace before, but there was no sign of the colorful celestial tree, which had infuriated him. In order to find the colorful celestial tree, he specially went back and invited the Daoist with the best divination ability. Daoist, this is the Northern Wilderness region. Come and try. Jianghu took out a colorful celestial fruit and handed it to the Daoist in green beside him. The Daoist in green was slightly skinny, and his hair was a mix of black and white. His eyes were like a cheetah's, cold and sharp. He took the colorful celestial fruit, closed his eyes, and began divination. The other cultivators looked around cautiously. The overseas region and the northern wilderness region had always been incompatible. If they were discovered, there would be a fierce battle. Jianghu looked at the horizon of the northern wilderness region thoughtfully and mumbled, "Why does it feel like the northern wilderness region is not as strict as before?" A long time ago, he had been to the northern wilderness region. As soon as he stepped onto the beach to rest, experts from a sacred ground appeared, forcing him to flee in panic. Now, he had brought so many people, but no one came to stop him. It seemed like the rumors were true. The northern wilderness region had fallen. "My king, I can't divine it. I have to enter the northern wilderness region first and understand its fate. Only then can I divine it further." The Daoist in green opened his eyes and shook his head. Jianghu was not angry at this, as he had expected it. Afterward, the group flew toward the inner regions of the northern wilderness region. Mountains rose and fell, and lakes dotted the landscape. The scenery was as beautiful as a painting. Among the mountains, there was a group of buildings. There were wooden houses, pavilions, stone houses, palaces, and towers. It was a city in the forest. Many flying beasts sat on top of it, and they all looked very divine. This place was called Mountain Abyss Ziggurat, and it was one of the 8 sacred grounds. It guarded the eastern side of the northern wilderness region. The Ziggurat residence was located on a tall mountain, shrouded by clouds and mist. There were 4 cultivators guarding the gate. Inside the residence, the Ziggurat residence, Junlu, was staring at a crystal ball, which reflected Jianghu and the others. Junlu was in the top 100 of the northern wilderness region. His strength was unfathomable, and he wore a beautiful purple robe, looking noble and imposing. He frowned and murmured, "These people came from overseas. What are their intentions?" He did not send anyone immediately because he could feel that Jianghu was very powerful. For thousands of years, the sacred grounds and the demonic Tao had been fighting ceaselessly, and the strength of both sides had been diminishing. Although the Tanhua sect had been defeated, the strength of the 8 great sacred grounds had also decreased significantly, and they had lost many experts. With a flip of his right hand, a brush, ink, and white paper appeared on the table. He picked up the brush and began to write. Since the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat was unable to fend off the enemy, he would ask for reinforcements. The war between the human and demon races had just ended, so the 8 great holy lands had to work together to prevent the overseas forces from succeeding. After he finished writing the letter, he sighed and said, "It seems that chaos is really coming. Can the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat really be considered a holy land now?" He was at a loss for the future of Mountain Abyss Ziggurat. If the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat was destroyed in his hands, how would he face his predecessors after he ascended? At the peak of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji began to break through. The thunderclap sword floated above his head, ready to absorb the heavenly lightning. Everyone stood far away, in case they were accidentally injured. Previously, when I broke through to the spirit refinement and great realization stages, it was an ascension tribulation. I wonder what kind of tribulation it will be this time. Daoist old man smiled as he stroked his long beard, looking expectant. Xiao Jinghong asked curiously, "I heard that there was no tribulation when Shishenzong ascended. Why is that? The others listened attentively. If there was a way to avoid the tribulation, they would naturally want to know. Although the tribulation could make one more powerful, it was more of a risk of death. It's different. Shi Shenzong's cultivation and lifespan had already surpassed the limit. He had already passed the ascension tribulation 20,000 years ago, but he wanted to become a great emperor in the mortal realm and did not ascend. Now that he ascended, the heavenly law was more than willing to do so. Why would it send a tribulation to stop him? Daoist old man said as he shook his head. He was deeply moved at the mention of this. Such a powerful cultivator was defeated by his grand disciple. Now, even he could not see through Zhou Xuanji. How powerful was this brat? The group came to a realization and looked at Zhou Xuanji again. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered, covering the starry sky and darkening the summit. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared between Zhou Xuanji's brows as he waited for the tribulation to descend. He was using his inner vision to look at his own purple heart. As the breakthrough approached, he felt that the violet demon monarch's heart was not as simple as it seemed. An extremely powerful force was stirring and was about to burst out at any time. Soon, the heavenly lightning descended and was blocked and absorbed by the thunderclap sword. After the tribulation began, the heavenly lightning's aura grew tremendously. Countless bolts of lightning descended wildly, just like the aura of his emperor's thousand-hand sword Buddha, wild and domineering. The thunderclap sword vibrated violently and absorbed the heavenly lightning for Zhou Xuanji. Jianghu, Huang Lianxin, and the others were worried for him. Could this sword withstand it? At this moment, a gigantic lightning dragon had emerged from the thunderclouds. It was even bigger than the entire Skyfall Peak. Before the lightning dragon head, everyone was filled with respect and awe. They opened their mouths wide instinctively. Heaven is jealous. Forbid, a majestic voice came, like the furious roar of a celestial god. The voice shook the souls of all humans and demons on Skyfall. Next, the lightning dragon descended from the dark clouds and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. It was as though the sky was collapsing. Its divine might was unstoppable. In a stone pavilion on the Green Mountain, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were drinking wine. Heaven has changed again. Did you divine it? Dao Seeker asked. He swirled the wine cup in his right hand and stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat. The man in the woven rush raincoat was silent for a while before sighing, I can no longer control him. He was referring to Yang Di, of course. Dao Seeker's face turned dark. How can that guy overestimate himself? He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's the top cultivator in the world? Who is Lu Wuji? He's the most powerful being in the history of the northern wilderness region. Even if his soul ascended, how can he touch his body? The man in the woven rush raincoat was speechless. He was furious too, but there was nothing he could do. Tribulation executives could not attack ordinary people. Otherwise, they would be breaking the rules and would be punished by the heavenly might. Also, more and more people from overseas are entering the northern wilderness region. The world epoch might be related to overseas. Dao Seeker's face softened and changed the topic. The man in the woven rush raincoat asked, you mean that the next main character of the world will come from overseas? Dao Seeker nodded. Although the two were tribulation executives and did not meddle in worldly affairs, they came from the human race and naturally did not want the human race to be destroyed. If Yang Di and Zhou Xuanji worked together, they might be able to protect the northern wilderness region. Right now, the northern wilderness region is not as powerful as overseas. There are many geniuses from overseas. I hope you can tell Yang Di about this, Dao Seeker continued, but the man in the woven rush raincoat shook his head. With Yang Di's pride, would he work together with Zhou Xuanji? The two did not speak further and drank wine quietly. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 337. Sword owner has reached the first tribulation bodiless celestial stage. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, Intimidating Spirit, True Lord Xianxia Sword, Ground Shrinking. The sword spirit's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was looking up at the thunderclap sword above his head. The thunderclap sword was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. It was like a sun, shining with intense light. The thunderclouds began to disperse, but his cultivation was still growing. A first tribulation loose immortal. He had finally surpassed the Mahayana realm and was no longer immortal. The spiritual energy in his body was transforming. After surpassing the Mahayana realm, spiritual energy would become stronger magic energy. Magic power was purer than spiritual power, and its lethality was also stronger. It was equivalent to the evolved version of spiritual power. Dong dong. Dong dong, his heartbeat was extremely powerful, like the birth of heaven and earth. Even Jianghu, Shao Jinghong, and the others in the distance could hear it. They looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Is that Master's heartbeat? Looks like Master's physical body has already reached an extremely ridiculous level. Body cultivators can be this strong? He really succeeded in transcending the tribulation. The heavenly might just now was so terrifying, but it was actually blocked by a sword. That sword is also transforming. Everyone discussed in low voices, their voices filled with amazement. Zhou Xuanji adjusted the rampaging magic energy in his body while he asked the sword spirit to display the information of True Lord Xianxia Sword. Sword name, True Lord Xianxia Sword grade, Intimidating Spirit, description, a sword forged from True Lord Xianxia's soul. It contains True Lord Xianxia's power. Immortal Xianxia? Zhou Xuanji blinked. He seemed to remember that Erlangshan's other title was True Lord Xianxia. He didn't think too much about it. After all, the Supreme Legendary Sword system was a simulation of a plug-in software that he had created. It wasn't hard to understand why True Lord Xianxia would appear in that Xianxia game. Of course, it was also possible that perfected Lord Xianxia really existed. Although the Supreme Legendary Sword system created its own legendary swords, sword techniques, and divine powers, it had absorbed many things in the process of descending into the northern wilderness region. For example, the 9 souls of the ancient god sword. For example, the great hell god-slaying formation. Now, with the addition of the intimidating spirit sword and the breakthrough in his cultivation, he suddenly wanted to challenge Yang Di immediately. But on second thought, he felt that it was unnecessary. Ever since he defeated the Sword Sage, in the eyes of the world, he was on par with Sunlight Emperor. He needed to defeat Sunlight Emperor in a grand scene. It was the World Millennium Duel. Next, it was time for him to prepare for the establishment of the sect. As he pondered, he sheathed the Thunderclap sword. It was time for the Thunderclap sword to level up. With such a powerful heavenly tribulation, there should be hope for it to break through to the heavenly soul stage. He continued to adjust his magic power. An hour later, he got up and gathered everyone together. It's about time to decide on the matter of the founding of the sect. Let's set the time for today, 1 year from now. Next, you will begin organizing the disciples to build the houses and prepare for the various matters of the founding of the sect. The matter of the invitations cannot be delayed. Once you are done, hand them over to me, and I will go through them one by one. Send them out in a month. Zhou Xuanji said. Over these years, Skyfall had been under construction for the sake of establishing a new sect. Daoist Old Man had even prepared the fate sacrifice ceremony. Zhou Xiaoqi was a fire qilin, and qilins were the auspicious beasts of heaven and earth. They inherited the fate of heaven and earth, so having him as the sect's guardian divine beast couldn't be better. Once it succeeded, its cultivation would soar, and it would be connected to Emperor Sword Court's fate. Even if it did not cultivate, it would be able to quickly become stronger. This made the little black snake, big and small heir extremely envious. It was a pity that they were not qualified to be the sect's guardian divine beast. Master, then shouldn't you and Xiao Shue's wedding date be set? Huang Lianxin asked with a smile. As she spoke, she nudged Jiang Shui with her elbow. Jiang Shui's pretty face blushed immediately. She did not lower her head but stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled gently at her and said, I said it before. The day of the founding of the sect is the day of our wedding. The group had no objections and all cheered. Will Xian Xianghua interfere? The little black snake cried out. Jiang Shui threw him a stare and snorted, Do you think everyone is like you, with a dark mind? The little black snake felt wronged. How am I a dark mind? Zhou Xuanji gave a few more instructions before asking the group to spread the news so that all the disciples could be prepared. Fu Hao advanced swiftly amidst the falling snow. He wore a thick fur robe and darted across the snowy ground as he looked around. He had been in the north for 2 years, but he still had no clue. Not to mention Lu Wuji's cave abode, even the villages and cities that he passed by along the way did not know Lu Wuji's name. His mood was like the ancient Diablo back then. He became restless. Come here. Come here. At this moment, a faint voice came into his ears, which shocked him so much that he stopped immediately. Next, a voice that only he could hear came into his ears. Are you looking for me? Come here. As long as you find me, I, Lu Wuji's inheritance, will belong to you. You will inherit my mantle and become the most powerful human. The voice was indifferent and majestic, with a domineering aura that made people worship him. Fu Hao was pleasantly surprised and immediately dashed toward the direction of the voice. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, he came to a cliff. This was a canyon that cut across the land of ice and snow. It was unfathomably deep, and it was pitch black below. He could not even see his fingers in front of him. It was like an abyss. Fu Hao jumped down without hesitation. After he landed, the surrounding walls were glowing with a green light, which allowed him to see the path under his feet. He continued forward and found a cave to enter. After entering the cave, he still maintained an extremely fast speed. Along the way, he encountered many complicated tunnels. If not for Lu Wuji's guidance, he would have gotten lost easily. Half an hour later, he flew out of the cave and came to a dark underground space. As soon as he landed, his body stopped. In an instant, he trembled and woke up. What's going on? Why am I here? Fu Hao was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and was shocked to find another person standing next to him. Evil King! Why are you here? He asked in shock. He wanted to move, but his body seemed to have been immobilized, and he couldn't move at all. Evil King asked expressionlessly, Do you know me? He was also frightened and depressed. He had been here for 2 months. He had been standing for 2 months. Only God knew how he spent this time. Fu Hao did not answer and looked forward. There was a wooden coffin 10 meters away, leaning against the mountain wall. There were all kinds of runes on the coffin's lid, and there were also several thick chains that fixed it firmly. There were many white bones lying around them. There were humans and demons, and they were all wearing clothes. They died in a strange way, which made one's scalp tingle. What's going on? Fu Hao mumbled to himself, and a chill ran down his spine. The heretic king sighed and said, We've been tricked by Lu Wuji's trick and have been lured here. He will absorb our essence energy until we die. Fu Hao's eyes widened and he asked in shock, Isn't Lu Wuji dead? Evil King answered faintly, He is indeed dead, but his body actually gave birth to a consciousness. He wants to be resurrected. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 338. A dead body gaining consciousness and wanting to be resurrected? Fu Hao swallowed his saliva and his scalp went numb. He had seen many resurrections. However, it was too bizarre for a corpse to come back to life on its own. He began to think of a way to break free. He did not want to die here. He glanced at the evil king and asked, "Can his consciousness hear us?" The evil king replied, "No, he just used his subconscious to lure us over. It's like an instinct. The will of his dead body hasn't really formed yet, so he can't think independently. He couldn't escape alone. Now that Fu Hao was here, he naturally had to exchange information." He was a little curious. Who was this person? Fu Hao rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you ask for help? If you ask Xianxia to help you, we might be able to escape." Evil King did not answer. What if he harmed Xianxia as well? Perhaps Xianxia's arrival would speed up Lu Wuji's revival. Without getting a reply, Fu Hao had to think of another way. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, a sound came from the wooden coffin, startling Fu Hao and Evil King. A chill spread through the cave. Fu Hao asked cautiously, "Are you sure he doesn't have an independent consciousness?" Evil King also hesitated. If Lu Wuji's corpse already had its own will, then wouldn't it have heard everything he had said in the past 2 months? What was even more frightening was that this fellow didn't answer him. 1 month later. A major piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji wanted to establish a sect in Skyfall and invited all heroes to be his guests. The 8 great sacred grounds and the 7 great dynasties received the invitation immediately. The Sword Emperor is finally going to establish his own sect. Skyfall is so far away, and it's in the demon race's territory. How do we get there? I must go and take a look. Even if I can't enter the sect, I must witness the might of the Sword Emperor. This is a good opportunity to establish a relationship with the Sword Sovereign. I've always wanted to go to Skyfall. I finally have the chance. Is it possible for Emperor Sword Court to become a sanctum? All sorts of voices sounded out across the northern wilderness region. News of Zhou Xuanji establishing a sect spread across the entire northern wilderness region very quickly. It was just like how Sunlight Emperor claimed to establish the Great Fate Empire. Although there was still a year to go, many cultivators were already preparing to head to Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji's battle with the Sword Saint had opened the door to the way of the sword, and more people wanted to learn the sword. On this day, Zhou Xuanji left Skyfall and prepared to visit the various demon kings. The top 10 demons of the northern wilderness top 100 had all been killed by him. No other demon would dare to disrespect him. As soon as he announced his name, the demons trembled and made way for him. They even invited their kings to come out. Within 3 months, Zhou Xuanji had visited all of the powerful demon kings in the southern part of the northern wilderness region. None of the demon kings did not appreciate his kindness and treated him with great respect. They promised that they would not affect the establishment of Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji only had to worry about the distance between the human race and Skyfall. He could not be bothered with the demons on the east and west sides. The territorial awareness between the demon race was far greater than that of the human race. After visiting the demons, he went to the Great Zhou dynasty. In front of a lake, Qiu Bailey was telling the story of Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji to a group of children. This place was not far from the Hidden Sword sect. The Hidden Sword sect was no longer what it used to be. It was said that a powerful figure asked the emperor to take care of the Hidden Sword sect, which allowed the Hidden Sword sect to obtain many resources and grow tremendously. Qiu Bailey knew who the powerful figure was, but he did not say it out loud. He did not tell the sect that it was all thanks to him. He did not want to drag Zhou Xuanji down. Even though Zhou Xuanji was already the world's second, he had the Tianxia map. Who knew if there would be evil people who could use him as leverage against Qiu Bailey? He had experienced such things many times when he was young, and he had always been traumatized. Now, Zhou Xuanji is only 57 years old, and he is already famous across the world. He has surpassed the predecessors in the sword's way and became the Sword Emperor. If you want to learn the sword, you must set him as your goal. Qiu Bailey smiled as he stroked his long beard. He looked amiable. Looking at the group of children, who were half the height of a human, he could not help but think of Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu back then. Time really flew by. It's so difficult to set him as your goal. My mother told me that the Sword Emperor is the pride of Great Zhou. He is the unprecedented genius, and no one can surpass him. An 8 or 9-year-old boy said as he sucked on his finger. He looked lost. The young boy was filled with curiosity about Zhou Xuanji. In recent decades, the newborns grew up listening to Zhou Xuanji's stories, just like how the people of Great Zhou grew up listening to the legends of the sword monarch of Great Zhou and Emperor Yan of Zhou. Qiu Bailey shook his head and laughed. These silly children. Just when he was about to speak, a voice came, "Listen to your grandpa Qiu. Without him, there would not be the Sword Emperor today." The children turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji standing by the lake under the sunlight. He looked at them with a smile. Qiu Bailey looked as though he was struck by lightning. His face was full of disbelief. He could not believe his eyes. He quickly got up and rubbed his eyes to make sure that he did not see wrongly. Zhou Xuanji walked over slowly, and the children were stunned by his demeanor. "Big brother is so handsome. Who are you? Wow, when did you appear? Why didn't I see you at the Hidden Sword sect?" The children asked all at once. Because they were afraid of strangers, they all hid behind Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Qiu Bailey and bowed with his fist cupped. "Old man, long time no see," he said with a smile. Qiu Bailey was a little stunned. He smiled and said, "Long time no see indeed." Their eyes met. The memories of the past kept replaying in their minds, which made them sigh in amazement. After that, Qiu Bailey asked the children to leave. He and Zhou Xuanji sat under a tree and chatted. This time, Zhou Xuanji came to invite him to Skyfall. How could the opening ceremony of the sect not include this old friend? Of course, he also hoped that Qiu Bailey could join Emperor Sword Court. If it were before, Qiu Bailey might have rejected because he was loyal to the Hidden Sword sect. If he were to tell the sect lord about this, the sect lord might bring the Hidden Sword sect along with him to join Emperor Sword Court. The whole world knew that as long as nothing happened to Zhou Xuanji, Emperor Sword Court would become a sanctum sooner or later. It might even become the most powerful force, because Great Zhou, Great Chen, and Great Shang had already announced that they would support Emperor Sword Court. The two chatted for an hour, and Zhou Xuanji left after leaving an invitation letter. He told Qiu Bailey that he would arrange for a team from Great Zhou to pick him up and go to Skyfall together. With Qiu Bailey's power, it would be difficult for him to travel through the demon's territory and reach Skyfall. Looking at the direction in which Zhou Xuanji left, Qiu Bailey got up slowly with a gratified smile on his face. Even though this brat had become the world's second, Qiu Bailey did not become arrogant and neglected him. On the same day, Zhou Xuanji came to the Great Zhou royal palace. At this moment, Zhou Qingxin was pacing back and forth in the royal study. He looked anxious. Shitan Changsher stood at the side and smiled bitterly, "Your Majesty, we better ask the Sword Emperor for help, or else Great Zhou will face the danger of annihilation." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 339. Ask the Sword Emperor for help? We would like to, but he is busy establishing his own sect. Wouldn't it be too ungrateful to invite him at this time? Zhou Qingxin said with a frown. His position as the emperor was given to him by Zhou Xuanji. All along, there were many voices of dissent in the royal capital. He wanted to prove that he did not need to rely on Zhou Xuanji for everything. He believed that Zhou Xuanji had the same expectations for him. Shitan Changsher felt that it made sense and could only sigh. "What is it? Say it." Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, and the two shuddered in fear. They turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji sitting on a chair in the corner of the imperial study, lightly swaying. Zhou Qingxin walked over in surprise and asked, "Why are you here?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I'm here to visit an old friend." "Tell me, what's the matter?" I will help you settle it. The Great Zhou dynasty was a dynasty after all. How could it be destroyed so easily? Could it be that Sunlight Emperor had come to attack? Zhou Qingxin hesitated, not knowing whether he should say it or not. Shitan Chongshi took a step forward and recounted everything that had happened. It turned out that the powerful cultivator from overseas, Duan Yogu, found out that Zhou Xuanji's fate originated from Great Zhou. He brought his subordinates into Great Zhou to investigate and even threatened Zhou Qingxin not to expose their whereabouts, or else they would destroy Great Zhou. Under Duan Yogu's coercion, Zhou Qingxin had no choice but to help them find the five-colored immortal fruit. That day, Zhou Xuanji's sword qi had injured Duan Yogu. He guessed that the person who took away the colorful celestial tree was a powerful swordsman. In this world, who else could possess such a powerful sword qi? Other than Zhou Xuanji, it was difficult to find someone else. Duan Yogu had also found out about this, but he did not dare to act recklessly. He wanted to make his move during the opening ceremony. Where is he? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not expect this guy to come to the mainland. Shitan Chongshi cupped his fists and said, "Let me bring you there." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two of them immediately left the imperial study. 300 miles away from the great Zhou imperial city, Duan Yogu and the others were cultivating in a valley. The green-robed Daoist walked to Duan Yogu and said, "Your Majesty, I foresee misfortune. It's best that we leave this place immediately." "Leave?" Duan Yogu opened his eyes and frowned. "Leave? Where are you going?" He had investigated the Violet Demon Palace for thousands of years and finally found the whereabouts of the five-colored celestial tree. How could he give up just like that? He had already heard that Zhou Xuanji cared a lot about Great Zhou, so Great Zhou was his bargaining chip. Let's leave the Great Zhou dynasty first, then make plans later. He was invited by Duan Yogu at a high price, and he did not want to die in the northern wilderness region. "You're not going anywhere." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the valley. Everyone in the valley got up in shock and looked around vigilantly. Duan Yogu turned around and followed his gaze. He saw Zhou Xuanji standing on a small mountain peak, looking down at them. Shitan Chongshi stood behind Zhou Xuanji. He pointed at Duan Yogu and said, "It's him. He's the leader. After coming to Great Zhou, he killed many of Great Zhou's citizens." Speaking of this matter, he gritted his teeth. How powerful was the Great Zhou dynasty? How could they be threatened like this? Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He stared at Duan Yogu and said, "The person you are looking for is me. The five-colored celestial tree is in my hands too." Although the five-colored celestial tree was extremely valuable, this guy still did not give up after so many years. Zhou Xuanji could not understand this. Could it be that the five-colored celestial tree had other uses other than fruits? Duan Yogu got up slowly and took out his tiger-striped blade. "Since you are here, then hand over the five-colored celestial tree. You must have consumed many five-colored celestial fruits. Give the tree to me, and it will be considered a good deed. What do you think? I came from overseas, and my power is much greater than the great Zhou Empire. You will not lose out if you form a good deed with me. In the future, when you come overseas, I can guarantee that you will be unhindered in all the sea regions." To make Zhou Xuanji compromise, he had to reveal his power. The green-robed cultivator stared at Zhou Xuanji with a tight frown. He tried his best to divine Zhou Xuanji, but he could not divine any information. What's going on? Who is he? The green-robed cultivator was covered in cold sweat. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and it was his first time encountering someone he could not divine. He backed off quietly and kept his distance from Duan Yogu. Zhou Xuanji took out the dog-culling sword and said, "What if I don't hand it over?" The five-colored celestial tree did not belong to Duan Yogu. Why should he hand it over? After merging with the violet demon monarch's heart, the Violet Demon Palace was equivalent to his private property. He had no reason to hand over the 5-colored celestial tree. Then only death awaits you. Duan Yogu was furious. He leaped up and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Whenever he thought about Zhou Xuanji forcefully occupying the 5-colored celestial tree to cultivate, he was infuriated, as though his beauty was being enjoyed by someone else. Zhou Xuanji immediately gathered the sky-dominating sword soul on his right arm. The sky-dominating sword soul was like a god of war. It was clad in armor and had a muscular upper body. Its face was hideous like a devil's. Facing the aggressive Duan Yogu, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword quickly. Before Shitan Changshe could see the sky-dominating sword soul clearly, he sensed a flash of violet light, which shocked him so much that he closed his eyes instinctively. Duan Yogu's pupils contracted. He raised his blade to block instinctively. In the underground space. Crack crack crack, Lu Wuji's wooden coffin trembled more and more violently, as though something was about to break out. Fu Hao and Diablo's hearts were in their throats. What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for death. Fu Hao cried out with gritted teeth. He could sense that Lu Wuji's corpse was about to break out of the seal. Once it broke out, they would surely die. Diablo was also terrified. You ask this king, who should I ask? He cursed. If this king knew how to escape, would have escaped long ago. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he want to take Lu Wuji's inheritance? He was blinded by lard. Rip, a rune on the wooden coffin broke suddenly, followed by the other runes. Fu Hao and Diablo's hearts were in their throats. My life is over, Diablo sighed. It was not easy for him to come back to life, but he was going to die again. It was terrible. Fu Hao cursed Yang Di in his heart. If not for Yang Di, why would he take the risk? Boom, the entire underground space began to tremble. Countless rocks and sand slid down. The aura of death was already approaching the two. At this moment, a white figure suddenly darted in from the cave entrance. It was the silver-haired lady in white who was staring at Diablo. Fu Hao and Diablo opened their eyes wide. They were pleasantly surprised, like a drowning man who saw a life-saving straw. They were about to speak when the lady in white exclaimed, "How is it possible? He is going to break out of the seal." After saying that, the lady in white turned around and turned into a white light. She quickly entered the cave. She escaped again. Fu Hao and Diablo's eyes were filled with despair. Was there something wrong with this lady? There was a loud bang. The lid of the coffin flew and hit Fu Hao's face. He was smashed into the cave and his body was embedded into the wall. After Fu Hao landed on the ground, he was surprised to find that he could move again. He was wild with joy. He shouted to Diablo, "Ha ha ha. Ignorant kid. Just wait for your death." After saying that, he turned around and fled. Diablo was so angry that he cursed his ancestors. Calm. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 340. Fu Hao shuttled swiftly through the tunnel with all his might. He wished he could grow another pair of wings. The fear that Lu Wuji brought him was too great. He had not felt such fear for a long time. Even when Yang Di wanted to kill him, he did not feel such fear. Soon, he leaped out of the ground and dashed toward the inland. Only by leaving this snowy land could he feel safe. Bomb! Just when he was sprinting at full speed, his abdomen was struck by a horrifying force, and he was sent flying back while vomiting blood. His body was forced back while he was moving at high speed, and his body almost exploded. His body rolled along the snowy ground like a ball without slowing down at all. Along the way, he smashed through numerous snowy mountains and only stopped after flying for dozens of miles. He could not stop coughing out blood. Gritting his teeth, he opened his eyes and saw two figures levitating above his head, looking down at him. One of them was Ancient Diablo. His eyes were lifeless, and his neck was broken. His face was facing backward, and his death was horrifying. The other person had strips of cloth hanging on his body. His skin was shriveled, and he was as thin as a match. His head was hung low, and his white hair was like withered grass. His face was like a skull, and his eyes were glowing with a green light. He looked like a beast in the night. Lu Wuji. He breathed heavily and stared at Fu Hao. Seeing him, Fu Hao trembled in fear and said with a trembling voice, "What do you want? I need essence qi." Lu Wuji said, panting. Fu Hao heard him and immediately cried out, "I can help you capture him. I can provide you with an endless supply." Smack! Lu Wuji swung his left hand and slapped Fu Hao's face. Next, he opened his mouth and began to absorb Fu Hao's essence qi. In the ruined valley, hundreds of cultivators knelt on the ground and trembled. Most of them were injured and looked ahead in fear. Zhou Xuanji stood in front of Duan Yogu, and the dog-culling sword was on Duan Yogu's neck. At this moment, Duan Yogu's arms were severed, and he was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. "What sword technique is that?" Duan Yogu asked with gritted teeth. As a third tribulation scattered immortal, he could not even fight back against Zhou Xuanji. The terror of the sword soul made him shudder just thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Do you know the name of the sword in my hand?" After forming the sword soul and breaking through to the Great Tribulation bodiless immortal realm, his battle prowess skyrocketed. This third tribulation bodiless immortal was so weak in front of him. It seemed that he had underestimated his own strength. "If you dare to kill me, when the other sea regions invade the northern wilderness region, my master will not spare you. He will pull out your bones and devour your soul, making you wish you were dead." Duan Yogu looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and threatened. This guy was quite strong-willed and did not beg for mercy. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly, "This is the dog-culling sword." Duan Yogu's eyes widened. He was so angry that his soul almost left his body. Just when he was about to curse, Zhou Xuanji chopped off his head. Then, he used the Xianxia map to absorb the soul. For cultivators of this level, it was not so easy for their souls to enter the cycle of reincarnation after they died. Perhaps there was a chance for them to revive, so Zhou Xuanji left his soul behind. It might be useful in the future. What was worth mentioning was that his cultivation did not improve much even though he had absorbed all of Duan Yogu's dermic powers. After he reached the Great Tribulation scattered immortal realm, the magic power he needed to break through had reached an extremely terrifying level. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Shitan Chongshir stood behind Zhou Xuanji and still had not come back to his senses. The powerful and invincible Duan Yogu had been defeated so quickly, he finally understood why Zhou Xuanji could defeat the Sword Saint. Before he could unleash the famous Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, Duan Yogu had already knelt down. Shitan Chongshir smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "Your Majesty, what kind of monster did you give birth to? Don't tell me he's the reincarnation of a supreme god from the upper realm?" Zhou Xuanji turned and asked, "What should we do with these people?" When he had been fighting with Duan Yogu, he had noticed that a cultivator in a green robe had escaped. That person was also a Great Tribulation scattered immortal, and even if Zhou Xuanji wanted to chase him, he would not be able to catch up. He was not afraid that the cultivator in a green robe would inform him. After all, it was the world epoch, and he was not afraid of having too many enemies. The more enemies there were, the more powerful they would be, which would help him increase his cultivation. Lock them up first and interrogate them. According to Duan Yogu, the overseas region will invade the northern wilderness region sooner or later. "We must make preparations," Shitan Chongshir said, and Zhou Xuanji nodded in agreement. He turned around and activated the Sealing Dream Sword formation, sealing the spirit energy of the hundreds of cultivators. The moment the sword formation was activated, the ground shook, and Shitan Chongshir was in awe. The second in the world was as powerful as an immortal god. No. He might already be the top cultivator in the world. Sun Hill. At the edge of a lake, Yang Di was cultivating while facing the lake. Violet qi came from the east and surrounded his body. He frowned suddenly and stood up. He looked toward the north with rage in his eyes. "You're dead," Yang Di mumbled to himself, clenching his fists in his sleeves. Although Fu Hao had ulterior motives, he did not really want to kill him. The two of them depended on each other. It could even be said that he was raised by Fu Hao. As long as Fu Hao did not plot against him, he would not kill him. He did not expect Fu Hao to die in the north. Could it be that someone else is spying on Lu Wuji's cave abode? He fell into deep thought. It was possible that Lu Wuji's cave abode had powerful restrictions, and Fu Hao died because he was careless. He began to hesitate if he should go to the north. His mind was on the Great Fate Empire. If he left now, he might waste more time. At this moment, a man in black appeared behind him and half-knelt on the ground. "Great Emperor, I have found the true dragon clan's lair. Should we act?" The man in black asked with cupped fists. Excitement could be seen in his eyes. Capture the true dragon. To establish the Great Fate Empire, a divine beast was needed to maintain its fate. Yang Di set his eyes on the most powerful divine beast, the true dragon. The true dragon clan had not appeared in the northern wilderness region for tens of thousands of years. Many people thought that the true dragon clan had gone extinct, but that was not the case. "Lead the way," Yang Di said. As for Fu Hao's death, he could only put it aside for now. A month later, Zhou Xuanji returned to Skyfall. Just when he landed, Daoist old man came up to him immediately. "Bad news. Diablo and Fu Hao are dead. That evil demon has revived." Daoist old man said anxiously. He could still divine their life and death. "So soon?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. He thought that he would have to wait for a few years, or even decades, or even centuries. "I'm afraid that the establishment of the sect will be affected." "Should we?" Daoist old man asked. Zhou Xuanji heard him and rejected him decisively. This matter had already been decided, and the whole world knew about it. If it was delayed, Emperor Sword Court's reputation would suffer a great setback before it even started. Seeing Daoist old man's worried face, Zhou Xuanji comforted him. "Skyfall is very far from the north. If something happens, it will be the 8 sanctums. What are you afraid of?" He had no enmity with that peerless evil demon. How could he be fearful? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 341. Daoist old man had been frightened by the divination last time. After Zhou Xuanji's persuasion, he calmed down and understood that he was overly worried. After comforting him, Zhou Xuanji found Jiang Shui and told her about his encounter with Qiu Bailey. Jiang Shui lamented, 50 years have passed without me noticing. For many mortals, 50 years was a lifetime. Ever since they escaped from Green River Village, it was Qiu Bailey who had accompanied them for many years. Qiu Bailey could be considered as their first master in their lives. He taught Jiang Shui spells and taught Zhou Xuanji many principles of the northern wilderness region. If not for Qiu Bailey, perhaps the two of them would have had a different ending. "Actually, we can take in the Hidden Sword sect as a subsidiary force and let them become the bridge between us and the Zhou dynasty," Jiang Shui suggested. She was moved when she heard Qiu Bailey telling the children about Zhou Xuanji's legend. There was a kind of indescribable warmth. Zhou Xuanji had boasted in front of Qiu Bailey before, saying that he would become famous across the world. Qiu Bailey would always laugh and say that he could surely do it. Now, Zhou Xuanji had done it, and he was promoting it. This feeling was similar to an inheritance. "Looks like we have a tacit understanding." Zhou Xuanji hooked her nose and smiled. Jiang Shui hugged his arm and giggled, "Do you think we should have a baby earlier? This way, he can ascend with us." If it's too late and he's left alone in the mortal world, won't he be lonely? The two of them were already engaged, so naturally, she would think about the future. Zhou Xuanji chuckled, not him, it's them. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him. The two of them walked to the edge of the cliff and started talking about the conversation between lovers. 2 hours later, Jiang Shui walked to a place not far away and sat down to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji stood where he was and thought to himself. The deaths of Fu Hao and the evil king made him suspicious. In his heart, the two of them were villains. How could they die just like that? This was especially so for the evil king. He was someone who fought against the great emperor 10,000 years ago. How long had it been since he was revived? The world did not know that he had been resurrected, and he had died again? How aggrieved was that? However, this also told him that reality was crueler than he had imagined. No matter how powerful a person was, they could still die in vain and without a sound. He suddenly thought of someone. He immediately got up and left. At the foot of Skyfall, the thunder demon sovereign of the Haotian sect, Zhang Quanglan, was chopping wood. He had been enslaved by Zhou Xuanji for decades. Because his cultivation was sealed, he was like an ordinary person. However, he was deeply loved by the third-generation disciples. This was because he could always talk about legends that his disciples had never heard of. Zhang Quanglan was dressed like a farmer. He was thinking while chopping wood. Why am I used to my current life? I'm the Thunder Devil Lord, I have to revitalize the Haotian sect. His fighting spirit burned in his heart, but when he thought of the hardships he had gone through in the past 10,000 years, he suddenly felt that the present was pretty good. Zhou Xuanji was right. What should exist would always exist, and what should not exist, no matter how much one tried to force it, it would vanish into the world. He alone could not revitalize the Haotian sect. Haoqi Alliance and Xinhao sect were already independent. They seemed to respect him, but they never really wanted to rebuild Haotian sect. Rather than that, he might as well enjoy the moment. It was quite interesting to brag to the third-generation disciples every day. Of course, this was all he could do. He could not escape from Zhou Xuanji's clutches. I want to ask you about something. Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came. He turned and saw Zhou Xuanji sitting on a wooden chair not too far away. He put down his axe and wiped his sweat as he asked, "What is it?" Now, it was already quite good for him to see Zhou Xuanji once a month. Every time he saw Zhou Xuanji, he would feel quite complicated. This boy could even defeat the Sword Saint. He was even more powerful than the Haotian sect's founding ancestor. Is there a demon suppressed in the north? A demon that can kill the Diablo? Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhang Quanglan was much older than Daoist. Old man Zhang Quanglan was stunned and frowned as he asked, "Demon?" There are many demons suppressed in the north. Because of the climate, it has been a sealed and buried place since ancient times. However, a demon that can kill the Diablo. The ancient Diablo was so powerful that even the hegemon sword emperor acknowledged his talent. It would be very difficult to kill him. Wait. Zhang Quanglan suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened, and his breathing became ragged. Impossible. Impossible, he shook his head and muttered to himself, a look of terror on his face. Zhou Xuanji frowned. It was the first time he had seen Zhang Quanglan so afraid. Just what is it? Tell me. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice, causing Zhang Quanglan to tremble. He hurriedly replied, "The human race is the most powerful." Lu Wuji. His corpse was suppressed in the north, and 50,000 years ago, he broke out of the seal. If it wasn't for Devil Emperor Dugu suppressing him, the entire northern wilderness would have been slaughtered by him. Right now, there is no one as amazing as Devil Emperor Dugu. If it really is Lu Wuji, it's over. He sat paralyzed on the ground, sinking into extreme terror. Lu Wuji? Zhou Xuanji's expression was quite strange. He asked, "Apart from Lu Wuji, is there anyone else?" Zhang Guanglan shook his head and said, "The Diablo has many tricks up his sleeves, and even the Hegemon Sword Emperor found it difficult to kill him before he verified his Dao. Apart from Lu Wuji, no other demon can kill the Diablo." Zhou Xuanji got up and walked over to Zhang Guanglan, helping him up. "Don't be afraid. Even though there is no Devil Emperor Dugu, there is still me. As long as I am here, you will not die." With that, he disappeared into thin air. Zhang Guanglan was dazed. These words reminded him of his master, the former Haotian sect master. Zhou Xuanji came to an empty cave and took out the ancient god sword. The ancient god sword's 9 souls had all awakened. The 9th soul was Mystic Venerable One. According to what the sword spirit had said, if he fused the 9 souls, the ancient god's sword would level up. However, he felt that the 9 souls had other uses, so he did not fuse them. He summoned the 9 souls and asked, "Lu Wuji, I have something to ask you. Don't play dead." Ever since he became a great tribulation-scattered immortal, he realized that the 9 souls still had their own consciousness, but they didn't like to talk to him. Lu Wuji didn't say anything, but the other souls did. TSK, daring to speak to Lu Wuji like that, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Ever since this kid became a great tribulation itinerant immortal, he has become more and more arrogant. "Lu Wuji, I asked you a question." "Ha, don't play dead. He's really dead. He's not pretending." Zhou Xuanji ignored the mockery of the other souls and looked at Lu Wuji's soul. Looking at its soul, it was completely different from the white-haired evil demon that Jiang Shui had predicted. But their heights were similar. He had most likely become thinner. Lu Wuji did not reply, so Zhou Xuanji took the initiative to tell him about what had happened in the north. After he spoke, Emperor Zhao said in amazement, "Why do descendants always like to seek death? The human race's most powerful is not just for show. Even if it's just their fleshly bodies, they are undying and indestructible existences." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 342. Lu Wuji remained silent, making Zhou Xuanji feel a bit impatient. "Don't you want to be resurrected? If I'm killed by your body, you'll die too." Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed. If he died, the ancient god sword soul would automatically perish. Of course, he did not think that he would die. Right now, he was very strong. Venerable Xian said, "He doesn't have the face to say that he didn't want to give up his body." Oh? Could the strongest of the human race be threatened? Zhou Xuanji felt quite curious, and just as he was about to ask, Lu Wuji began to speak. "Sai, after I ascended, I calculated this karma, but I can't go down to the lower realms. I can only use my divine will to find an inheritor to guard my physical body. However, there are always people who will do anything for power." His tone was gloomy and complicated. Who would want their body to be coveted by others? Even if it was a dead body. "Why don't you guess how strong your body is now?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." "I'm not sure. After all, that fleshly body has been separated from me for more than 100,000 years. Even though the cultivation of the dead body has declined, at the very least, it has the strength of a 7th tribulation scattered immortal. If it had absorbed the essence, its strength would have increased." Lu Wuji hesitated. Even he wasn't sure. 7th tribulation bodiless immortal. Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched. This was power that could kill the heavens with a single palm strike. Moreover, since that guy ran out 50,000 years ago, he was definitely not just a 7th tribulation scattered immortal. He quickly asked, "Can you control him?" Lu Wuji sighed, "I'm just a remnant soul right now, and my soul's power isn't enough. Otherwise, this ancient god's sword would be even stronger." That was right. If he could control the body of a 7th tribulation scattered immortal, the ancient god's sword would probably surpass the intimidating spirit grade. Zhou Xuanji felt a headache. How should he deal with Lu Wuji's body? Emperor Zhao chuckled and said, "Don't worry too much. Although Lu Wuji is known as the strongest of the human race, that is only limited to the human race. Moreover, it's just a corpse. If he wants to slaughter the entire human world, dream on." Lu Wuji snorted coldly. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "You mean that there are other powerful cultivators hidden in the northern wilderness region?" He thought of Baihao Yisan. If even the heartless great emperor could reincarnate, there might be other great emperors in hiding. There are always some people who can't survive in the upper realm, so they hide in the mortal world. Emperor Zhao said casually. This guy's tone always carried a hint of mockery, like a playboy. However, Zhou Xuanji did not underestimate him, because this fellow was an emperor. He was also the only human emperor who had conquered the ocean. After becoming a great emperor and ascending, he left behind many legends. Many temples and ancestral halls in the northern wilderness region had statues of him. Emperor Songhai suddenly said, "Don't worry. There are many hidden races in the ocean. If you can't defeat them, you can go to the ocean. As long as you don't say that you are from the northern wilderness region, it will be easy for you to hide." Ocean? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Emperor Zhao said disdainfully, "They're all just fellows who hide their heads and show their tails, avoiding the might of our human race." Emperor Songhai was not angry, nor did he respond. Zhou Xuanji asked a few more questions before preparing to sheath his sword. "If you don't have confidence, you can go to Juadi Cliff. I've hidden a treasure there. When the time comes, I'll take you to find it and use it to deal with Lu Wuji. Hehe, I've always regretted not being able to fight with the strongest human in the mortal world. Finally, I have the chance." Emperor Zhao once again spoke with a smile, sounding quite excited. Even though this fellow was quite talkative, he was very domineering and was not inferior to the cold and arrogant Lu Wuji at all. Lu Wuji did not reply. No one knew if it was because he was scared or because he disdained to reply. Zhou Xuanji said, "Very well." After saying this, he put away the ancient god's sword and returned to the summit to continue cultivating. Talking to the 9 souls did not make him feel at ease and instead made him feel even more worried. Demons that surpassed 7th tribulation scattered immortals. And peerless powerhouses that were hidden in the world. He suddenly felt that he and Yang Di were a joke. There was always someone more powerful than you in the world. This was never a joke. Interesting, this is good. The more ancient experts there are, the more challenging it will be. Zhou Xuanji smirked. The worry in his heart turned into excitement and flowed through his bones and tendons. He sat down at the edge of the cliff and started to cultivate. News of Lu Wuji's revival had not spread through the northern wilderness yet, and the world was still talking about Zhou Xuanji establishing a sect. This was the most important thing for him right now. Within a Daoist temple, Feng Qiul was reading an ancient book. The fragrance of sandalwood floated in the air, making one feel relaxed and relaxed. Apart from him, there was no one else in the temple, and the roars of demons could occasionally be heard from outside. At that moment, a figure walked into the Daoist temple. Feng Qiul looked over and his expression slightly changed as he asked in a low voice, "Who are you, sir?" The person who came was Baihao Yisan. He wore elegant white clothes and held a paper fan in his hand as he smiled and said, "I heard that apart from tribulation executives, you are the person with the greatest attainments in the way of karma. This emperor wants to take you in and give you the opportunity to become a great emperor in the future." Feng Qiul's expression changed and he narrowed his eyes as he asked, "You are great Emperor Heartless?" The only living great emperor of this generation. No matter how calm he looked, his heart was greatly shaken. Baihao Yisan slowly walked over to him and looked around as he said, "Ever since I reincarnated, I've always encountered trouble, making this emperor very annoyed. Those fellows think that just because this emperor has reincarnated, they can bully this emperor as they please. They don't know that becoming a great emperor is not just about cultivation talent." He placed his hands on the table and leaned forwards as he looked at Feng Qiul. His gaze was filled with aggressiveness and was filled with extreme arrogance. If you work for this emperor will give you whatever you want. Even those two tribulation executives who look down on you will be stepped on by you. Feng Qiul's heart rate sped up, but he did not panic. He asked in a low voice, "Why should I believe you?" Great Emperor Heartless had reincarnated for decades and was like a joke, so Feng Qiul had to be cautious. Bai Hao Yisen's lips curled up as he said, "This emperor left behind a divine weapon and an army." Feng Qiul's eyes widened. Could it be that Great Emperor Heartless had been preparing for something 90,000 years ago? Lu Wuji's body has already been revived. If you don't rely on this emperor, you're dead for sure, Bai Hao Yisen said as he smiled. Bai Hao Yisen said as he grinned. His words caused Feng Qiul's expression to change greatly. Do you know who Lu Wuji is? If you don't, then this emperor can tell you that his cultivation in the mortal world was at a height that no existence in the mortal world could reach. He was viewed as the most powerful person in the human race, and after ascending, he was extremely powerful in the higher realm. Lu Wuji. Feng Qiul knew about that legend, and his face became pale. He did his best to calm himself down. At the same time, ambition welled up in his heart. This was his fortuitous opportunity. He closed the book and stood up as he asked, "Great Emperor, what do you need me to do for you?" Bai Hao Yisen loudly laughed, feeling incredibly carefree. Feng Qiul suppressed his excitement and waited for his orders. Bai Hao Yisen rubbed his hands together as he chuckled and asked. "This emperor needs you to do many things. First, which single woman is the most beautiful in the world?" Feng Qiul's eyes widened, and he almost cursed inwardly. The hot-bloodedness in his heart instantly disappeared, and he felt that everything was tasteless. Chapter 343. In the blink of an eye, there was only a month left before the official opening of Emperor Sword Court. Many cultivators were already gathering around Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji did not allow them to enter the mountain, so they could only find a place to stay nearby. During this period, Zhou Xuanji celebrated his 58th birthday and received 3 legendary swords, all of which were amethyst grade. They were the Divine Martial Sword, Towering Sword, and Seeking Phoenix Sword. At this moment, at the peak of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji gathered his trusted followers to discuss the disciple assessment. If the threshold was too low, there would be too many disciples. If the threshold was too high, it would ruin the talents. Why don't we take in some odd job disciples first? If they are talented, we can promote them to official disciples. This way, it will be more convenient for the opening ceremony, Ning Zifeng suggested. Every sect overseas had odd job disciples, and the number of them far exceeded official disciples. This way, they could take care of every disciple. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was a good idea, so he began to discuss the treatment of odd job disciples and official disciples. Finally, they divided the disciples into legendary sword disciples, core disciples, elite disciples, ordinary disciples, and odd job disciples. Those who reached great realization and comprehended 2 sword wills would become legendary sword disciples. Those who reached astral projection and comprehended 2 sword wills would become core disciples. As long as they comprehended 2 sword wills, they could become elite disciples straight away. Disciples of different levels would receive different amounts of cultivation resources each month. Zhou Xuanji opened the 10,000 Swords House to distribute swords and cultivation resources. Huang Lianxin and Daoya Old Man were in charge of it. Lin Chang'e and Xiao Jinghong were in charge of purchasing swords of different grades from the humans. After that, he put Han Shenbua and Ning Zifeng in charge of the Xuanji Sword Library. He would record down all the sword techniques he knew and put them in the library. What was worth mentioning was that the Xuanji Sword Library and 10,000 Swords House were already completed. Yesterday, they had already selected suitable disciples and were waiting to take up their posts. Other than that, he was going to name the Punishment Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and other departments. He had already thought about the personnel arrangements. If not for the solid foundation he had built over the years, it would be too difficult to establish a sect. Even so, Emperor Sword Court would be emptied in less than 20 years. On the opening day, the guests will not come empty-handed. Daoist old man stroked his beard and smiled like a sly old fox. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "In the future, for the Divine Sword Palace's missions, we will first take half of the deposit, after which the disciples will receive it and complete it. After completing it, the employer will pay the remaining half. Remember, every mission must be carefully evaluated to determine the authenticity and level of the mission. We cannot accept unjust missions." This matter was extremely important as it concerned the future development and image of Emperor Sword Court. Finally, Zhou Xuanji put Lin Chang'e and Chongming Demon Monarch in charge. Lin Chang'e was in charge of the human race's mission registration and investigation, while Chongming Demon Monarch was in charge of the demon race. Zhou Xuanji said thoughtfully, "And the intelligence organization, we cannot neglect it. When the time comes, we will choose from odd job disciples and ordinary disciples. Of course, elite disciples and core disciples can also join. After joining the intelligence organization, they must have their own code names." He named the intelligence organization the Firmament Net, and its treatment was better than that of the ordinary disciples. If they did a good job, they would be rewarded. Everyone sighed inwardly as they listened. Zhou Xuanji had thought through all of Emperor Sword Court's details, and many of his ideas shocked them. According to his plan, Emperor Sword Court could become a top-tier faction in a few hundred years. For other sects, reputation was the most important thing. But for Zhou Xuanji, reputation was what he had the most. After he made the arrangements, he ordered everyone to get busy. Each pavilion and palace had to choose their second and third generation disciples within 7 days. Zhou Xuanji asked Fenyu Dragon King to stay. "In the future, you will continue to guard Skyfall. Don't always sleep in. If enemies sneak into Skyfall, you must keep a close eye on it," Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Fenyu Dragon King was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded resolutely. This guy spent all his time in Skyfall's lava and always slept soundly. He was really lazy. Skyfall is ahead. In the forest, a group of carriages was moving forward. The soldier leading the way turned around and shouted. Qiu Bailey, who was sitting on his flying sword, looked up. Skyfall was shrouded in clouds and was even more majestic than he had imagined. Even though he was dozens of miles away, he was still shocked. Zhou Xuanji could occupy such a majestic mountain, which showed how powerful he was. Zhou Chengxin sat on the dragon horse, which had the bloodline of a dragon. It had a horse's body, a dragon's tail, and dragon's horns. Its hooves were ablaze with flames, and its shoulders were 6 meters tall. When it moved, it looked extremely majestic. He was also immersed in the beauty of Skyfall. Great Zhou's team had 500 people. The soldiers were carefully selected, and even the weakest was at Soul Fountain. Along the way, they did not encounter any demons that made things difficult for them. Great Zhou's flag was enough to scare away all the demons. Who did not know that the Sword Emperor came from Great Zhou? "Your Majesty, how tall do you think Skyfall is?" Princess Xuanya, who was sitting on a banana leaf, flew over and asked. Even she wanted to live in Skyfall. The spiritual qi in this area was dense, and the spiritual qi on the mountain must be even denser. If she cultivated here, wouldn't she improve tremendously? Zhou Chengxin shook his head and said, "No one knows. Standing on the peak, one can touch the sky, which is why it's called Skyfall." "How tall do you think the sky is?" Princess Xuanya opened her mouth wide in shock. Touch the sky. As the day of Emperor Sword Court's opening approached, more and more guests came. Zhou Xuanji and the others had already recruited 20,000 odd job disciples. These people did not have much talent in the sword's way, but they wanted to join Emperor Sword Court. As such, they were taken in and looked after by the third-generation disciples. The odd job disciples began to receive the guests. In front of the mountain gate, which was 1,000 meters above the ground, Daoist Old Man and Huang Lianxin were registering the guests. Because there were so many people, the guests had to line up. The line stretched from here to the foot of the mountain, and it was quite a grand sight. This is the territory of the demon race, and yet so many people came. This is the rallying power of the Sword Emperor. I really want to see the Sword Emperor with my own eyes. The Sword Emperor isn't even 60 years old yet, right? Looking at this scene, Emperor Sword Court will be a first-rate faction once it opens. Not just that. With the help of the three empires, it won't be a problem for it to become a first-rate faction. The cultivators in the line were not impatient but excited instead. Such a grand occasion was quite rare. In the future, they could brag about it to their descendants. People could stay at the waist of Skyfall, but they could not go any higher. No one felt that Zhou Xuanji was being rude. At the foot of the mountain, Chief Monk Xuanhe arrived with a group of monks. Looking at the majestic Skyfall, his expression was complicated as he softly chanted, Amitabha. Emperor Sword Court was already a major power, and his close friend Daoist Old Man was also here. How could he not come? Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to find Xian Xianghua's whereabouts. Don't worry, Abbot. With me here, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua will not be able to do anything to you. There was a black-robed monk behind Chief Monk Xuanhe. He looked young and handsome, but there was an evil aura between his brows. Standing among the Dongyuan Monastery's people in a black kasaya, he was very eye-catching. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 344. Chief Monk Xuanhe glanced at the black-robed monk and said, most of those who died at Zhou Xuanji's hands thought so. Many powerful cultivators felt that Zhou Xuanji was too young to be a threat, but he died a pitiful death. For example, Huangquan Drake King, Nether Ghost, Jihuang Demon Lord, etc. The black-robed monk chuckled, I'm not them. His tone was confident and unquestionable. Xuanhe Divine Monk thought of his fight with him and did not say anything else. The group walked to the stone steps and lined up. They didn't cut the queue because there were many big forces in front of them, and there was no lack of holy lands. Zheng Junlu was also lining up with the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat disciples. Ever since he had seen Zhou Xuanji kill Duan Yogu, he had made up his mind to build a good relationship with Zhou Xuanji. Not only because of Zhou Xuanji's strength, but also because of his standpoint. Even though Duan Yogu had revealed his identity, he still acted decisively without hesitation. The northern wilderness region needed such a powerhouse. However, his disciples were dissatisfied. Tower Lord, if we go up directly, Zhou Xuanji will receive us, right? Why are we queuing here? A disciple could not help but ask, causing the other disciples to nod in agreement. Zheng Junlu shook his head and laughed, saying, if they don't line up, how can the people from Skyfall arrange it? I'm setting up a benchmark. Even our Mountain Abyss Ziggurat has to queue up, so how can the other factions go up directly? This is also a gesture of goodwill to Zhou Xuanji. Hearing this, the disciples were enlightened and they admired his way of thinking. Even though the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat was a sanctum, it had been a long time since they had produced one of the top 5 experts in the world. It was not shameful for them to rope in Zhou Xuanji like this. On the summit, Zhou Xuanji did notice this. Daoist Old Man had introduced the leaders of the 8 sanctums to him, and he had even seen their faces. Moreover, Zheng Junlu's cultivation was at the first tribulation scattered immortal stage. He was so conspicuous at the foot of the mountain, how could he not notice him? Mountain Abyss Ziggurat? How sensible. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily before closing his eyes and continuing to cultivate. There was no need for him to personally entertain the guests. He was the second in the world. Who could make him personally receive them? If he appeared, it would damage Emperor Sword Court's reputation. Not too far away, a sacrificial altar had been constructed, and Zhou Xiaoqi was napping lazily on it. He seemed to be extremely satisfied. This was a sacrificial altar that gathered the fate of heaven and earth. There were incense sticks and candles that represented fate in all directions. The stone platform was built with 10,000-year-old stones, and there was also a spirit-gathering formation around it. It attracted the little black snake, the three-eyed drought rodent, a big and small heir to stop in their tracks. Once it became a divine beast of providence, Zhou Xiaoqi would soar into the sky. The others were all busy, including Jianghu. She was preparing for her marriage and was being served by female disciples. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. It was Xianxia. She wore a flirtatious purple dress, and her face was covered by a veil as usual, revealing only a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to contain a myriad of amorous feelings, as well as a hint of coldness. "You came," Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. Xianxia walked to his side and sat down. She smiled and said, "Yo, your strength is really getting stronger and stronger. You discovered me the moment I appeared." She saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation at a glance. A first tribulation loose immortal. His magic power was so strong that ordinary second tribulation bodiless immortals could not compare to him. This kid is really something. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "What have you been busy with recently?" This old demonic woman had been gone for dozens of years, which made him miss her occasionally. Xianxia smiled coquettishly and said, "Of course I'm busy with reviving the Tanhua sect." "Why, do you miss me a lot? Today, you can marry me as well. How about that? You can enjoy the happiness of having multiple partners." Zhou Xuanji was a little moved, but he still refused. Because he knew that this old demonic woman was toying with him. "Do you already know about the ancient Diablo?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Lu Wuji had told him about the ancient Diablo. Lu Wuji's cultivation was at least 7th tribulation scattered immortal, and he most likely surpassed that. He did not want Xianxia to take such a risk. Xianxia nodded calmly and said, "It's good that he's dead. He has no value anyway." Zhou Xuanji looked at her intently and asked, "Is that so?" If she was just using him, why would Xianxia need a share of the ancient Diablo's colorful celestial fruit? He did not point it out but reminded her, "The person who killed the ancient Diablo is very powerful, even more powerful than Yang Di. His cultivation is at least 7th tribulation scattered immortal. I advise you not to act recklessly." 7th tribulation scattered immortal. Xianxia's eyes widened as she said in a low voice, "How is that possible? There can't be 7th tribulation scattered immortals in this world. Ordinary cultivators would ascend when they reached 2nd tribulation scattered immortal. If they stayed here, it would be very difficult for their cultivation to progress. How could one cultivate to 7th tribulation scattered immortal in the mortal realm?" Zhou Xuanji did not say much, and Xianxia fell into a state of confusion. Her eyes flashed with fear, excitement, and curiosity, making it difficult for others to guess what she was thinking. Zhou Xuanji's heart thumped. This old demonic woman had her eyes on Lu Wuji to obtain his power? Others could cultivate to 7th tribulation scattered immortal, so why couldn't she? Xianxia thought to herself. She could already smell the serendipity. The day of the sect's establishment arrived. Hundreds of thousands of people had already moved into Skyfall, and there were millions more at the foot of the mountain. Skyfall had a limited number of houses. Apart from the guests who had received invitations, everyone else could only stay at the foot of the mountain. However, Skyfall would still send disciples to receive them. "Today is the day of Emperor Sword Court's establishment," Daoist old man said loudly. In front of the mountain gates, Daoist old man said loudly. All of the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples stood in front of him, looking incredibly excited. Shao Jinghong, Beishao Wangjian, Zhao Congjian, and the others stood at different places and looked at Daoist old man from afar. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. The founder of the sect is the current sword emperor, Zhou Xuanji. He started training with the sword when he was 2 years old and revealed his brilliance before he was 10 years old. He fought his way into the Northern Wilderness top 100 when he was 20 years old and was ranked second in the world before he was 30 years old. At 50 years old, he defeated the legendary sword saint. Daoist old man introduced Zhou Xuanji with great emotion. His voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and even those who were not at Skyfall could hear him. Everyone who heard him felt their blood boil. How could they not have a glorious future by following such a powerful cultivator? A 1,000-hand sword Buddha that was 3,000 meters tall descended from the clouds and looked down at the ground. Zhou Xuanji stood on its head, looking like a descending god. Daoist old man was still speaking, but everyone's gaze was attracted by the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. Such a domineering golden Buddha. This is the foundation of Emperor Sword Court's establishment. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. Daoist old man said the last sentence. Next, all of the second and third generation disciples drew their swords and pointed them at the sky. The sound of their swords being unsheathed gathered together and shook everyone's hearts. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. The disciples shouted together with all their might. Their voices shook the clouds. The guests were all shocked in their hearts. Emperor Sword Court had just been established, but these disciples already had such cohesiveness and morale. Zhou Xuanji's influence was too great. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword? With the swords in your hands? Zhou Xuanji, I want to see if you are qualified to do so today. A soft laugh suppressed the disciples' shouts and silenced the heavens and earth. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 345. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, wanting to see who dared to provoke Zhou Xuanji at such a critical moment. During each sect's grand opening ceremony, they would be oppressed by their enemies. However, Zhou Xuanji was ranked second in the world. Who would dare to do that? The speaker was the black-robed monk from Dongyuan Temple's team. Under everyone's gazes, he took a step forward and looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was high up in the air. He smiled and said, Zhou Xuanji, you obtained the Xianxia map and indeed had great luck. However, if you are too strong, you will break easily. You dare to call yourself the most talented person in all of history, don't you think you're a bit too arrogant? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him but did not speak. Regarding the matter of his talent, he did not brag about it to outsiders. This was a title that the world gave him. This fellow wanted to provoke him because of this, but the reason he came up with was too lame. Daoist old man and the disciples of Emperor Sword Court looked coldly at the black-robed monk, revealing mocking smiles. The black-robed monk's face turned cold, and he slowly rose up. Wisps of strange black gas emerged and surrounded his body. My ancestor was a great emperor. In terms of talent, no one in this world can compare to me. I've cultivated for nearly 1,000 years and only came out today. I can use your name as a stepping stone to shake the world. He smiled proudly, and many people were moved by his words. An ancestor who became a great emperor. This was truly incredible. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji remained expressionless, making the black-robed monk feel quite angry. There was a feeling of hitting cotton with all his might. Displeased. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and laughed coldly. What? Panicking? Zhou Xuanji, make your move. Today, I will defeat you in front of all the heroes in the world. He spread out his arms, and the black gas transformed into a black Buddha figure, like a great Buddha who was possessed by the evil fire. The black Buddha quickly grew taller, wanting to reach the same height as the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. At that moment, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. Two beams of intense light illuminated the world, causing many people to close their eyes. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha moved. 1,000 arms brandished their swords in unison, and it was as if 1,000 swords had transformed into a single sword. It slashed down with the force of 1,000 caddies, and its momentum was unstoppable. The black-robed monk's eyelids twitched. Just as he was about to block the attack, the black Buddha behind him was slashed apart. Bang! The black-robed monk's body exploded under the huge sword, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated in the air. The sword wind shook Skyfall, causing countless people's hearts to palpitate. Such tyrannical strength. The world was silent. Apart from the Dongyuan monastery's people, who were completely dumbfounded, no one else felt surprised and only praised Zhou Xuanji for being powerful. And nobody wanted to challenge the Sword Emperor? So what if he was the descendant of a great emperor? He was still not a great emperor. How many descendants of great emperors could become great emperors again? Zhou Xuanji's body shook and disappeared. After a second, he returned to the top of the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's head. If one did not keep a close eye on him, one would think that he had not moved at all. In truth, he had just taken away the black-robed monk's soul. This lad's cultivation had reached second tribulation scattered immortal, and he was no weaker than Huangquan Drake King. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. However, this brat's background was not simple. He could interrogate him and perhaps he could obtain some good information. The grand opening ceremony has officially begun. Rise! Zhou Xuanji roared, and following this, all of Skyfall violently trembled. A draconic roar rang out, and Fenyu Dragon King appeared at the foot of the mountain. He transformed into his dragon form, and his body expanded rapidly as he coiled around the mountain. The mighty dragon's body was revealed in front of everyone's eyes, causing them to be dumbfounded. Dragon! Such a powerful dragon's might. Could it be an 8th rank great demon? Not only that. 9th rank. Heavens, apart from Huangquan Drake King, there are other dragons that have reached 9th rank? The Sword Emperor has such a powerful demon under his command. Magma flowed under Fenyu Dragon King's scales, giving off a scorching aura. It was like a fog, which was quite shocking. The sea of clouds above shook violently, and another roar sounded out. Compared to Fenyu Dragon King's, it sounded much more immature. However, this roar grew louder and more majestic. This is the roar of a Qilin. Someone cried out in shock, causing another commotion. Last time when he fought the Sword Saint, Zhou Xuanji had stepped on a fire Qilin. Could it be that the fire Qilin was not simple? Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji only lacked the phoenix to gather the leader of the 3 ancient divine beasts. The spiritual qi of the heavens and earth surged toward the top of the mountain. All of the Emperor Sword Court disciples felt as if something was being sucked out of their bodies, but they did not feel any discomfort. Zhou Xiaoqi's roar grew louder and louder until it sounded like thunder, so loud that even the deaf could hear. Chief Monk Xuanhe's expression was unsightly. The black-robed monk's death was a great blow to him. Even he could not defeat the black-robed monk, and the monk was killed by Zhou Xuanji in an instant. Seeing Fenyu Dragon King and hearing the fire Qilin's roar, he felt a sense of defeat. He really could not compare to Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly understood why the arrogant Xian Xianghua was so loyal to Zhou Xuanji. Maybe she really admired and liked Zhou Xuanji. He had known Xian Xianghua for a long time, but it was the first time he had seen her treat a man like this. Even Yang Di could not move her heart. Zhou Xuanji did not know what Chief Monk Xuanhe was thinking. He was sensing the fate. A formless fate rose up like a violent gale, and even his fate was sucked upward. The entire court's fate was now flowing into Zhou Xiaoqi's body. Zhou Xiaoqi's body grew at a visible rate. Flames wrapped around his body, and he looked majestic. Such powerful fate. As expected of the Sword Emperor. At the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man praised. His name was Li Yinyu. He was the ziggurat lord of the Zhanghai Ziggurat, who controlled the world's intelligence. He came to visit Zhou Xuanji today and happened to witness such a grand occasion. The Canghai Ziggurat's disciples behind him looked at him with admiration. No wonder Zhou Xuanji could defeat the Sword Saint. Just this fate alone was enough to compete with Yang Di. At the same time, in the northern part of the northern wilderness region, Lu Wuji, who was strolling ahead, suddenly looked toward the south. At this moment, he had regained his normal size and was no longer as skinny as a match. His eyes were still glowing with a green light, and his white hair danced in the wind. He looked like an evil demon walking in the boundless world. Such a majestic fate. Is it Zhou Xuanji or Yang Di? He mumbled to himself with a smile. His eyes were filled with a murderous look. When he absorbed the essence qi of Diablo and Fu Hao, he also absorbed their memories. He had a better understanding of the world and was no longer ignorant. He immediately turned around and walked toward the south. Initially, he wanted to absorb the essence qi of all living beings in the north. But now, he could not wait to absorb Zhou Xuanji and Yang Di's essence qi. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Baihao Isan and Feng Kyul stood on a cliff. The four seasons were like spring behind them, and the landscape was picturesque. The undulating ice mountains in front of them looked like another world. Since ancient times, the north has always been a place of suppression. Great Emperor, your divine weapon is in the north. Will it bump into Lu Wuji? Feng Kyul asked carefully. Ever since he knew that Lu Wuji had revived, he had been in fear. With Lu Wuji's power, he could kill whoever he wanted, and no one could stop him. Baihao Isan smiled condescendingly and said, Lu Wuji is nothing. When this emperor was at his peak, I was not any weaker than him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 346. Seeing how confident Baihao Isan was, Feng Kyul wanted to say something but hesitated. If you're so powerful, why were you forced to self-destruct so many times? Look at Lu Wuji. A single corpse could put the entire northern wilderness region in danger. Don't you know the difference between the two of you? Feng Kyul felt bitter in his heart, and he increasingly felt that he had fallen into a trap. Baihao Isan flew forward and waved behind him, saying, hurry up and follow me. Once I get my hands on the divine weapon, Lu Wuji will die regardless of how many tribulations he has. Feng Kyul sighed and could only follow. Heavenly Palace. The pale-faced Xianyuan Zhou sat on the throne. Ever since he had been killed by Shishenzong, he had only revived today. He was filled with rage and couldn't control it. Ever since he landed in the northern wilderness region, he had not had a good time. First, Zhou Xuanji had pretended to surrender, then he had been killed by Baihao Isan's self-explosion, and then he had been killed by the Sword Saint. Looking back at the whole process, he was even more disheveled. What would happen next time? He felt that he had let down the heavens. However, the guilt could not compare to the anger in his heart. He wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji, Baihao Isan, and the Sword Saint. At this moment, a bronze mirror at the side suddenly lit up. A blurry figure appeared in the mirror. Xianyuan Zhou, what are you doing? We still haven't received any karmic luck from you. A roar came out from the mirror, shaking the entire heavenly palace. Xianyuan Zhou hurriedly got up and knelt down. He gritted his teeth and recounted what had happened during this period of time. Trash. The person in the mirror cursed, wanting nothing more than to rush out and beat Xianyuan Zhou up. Xianyuan Zhou felt very wronged. The two people who killed him were both historical figures. Just wait, we will send another person to the mortal world to help you. After Shishenzong ascended, the higher realms were thrown into chaos, and everyone wanted to fight over him. The hegemon Sword Emperor even joined hands with the other Sword Emperors to fight. The heavenly palace needs fate, as well as younger power. The man in the mirror said in a deep voice before disappearing into the mirror. Xianyuan Zhou wasn't happy. Instead, he was even angrier. Baihao Isan. I want you to die a horrible death, at this moment, he did not seem like the heavens who had lost all his emotions. He was like a lion that was walking towards its end. A pillar of light appeared out of nowhere and shone on his body. The light dissipated. Xianyuan Zhou slowly rose to his feet, regaining his calm and emotionless demeanor. If the heavens want you to die, you have no choice but to die. The flow of fate continued for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. A 300-meter-tall fire Qilin leaped out from the sea of clouds, scaring everyone into retreating. The fire Qilin sprinted in the air, roaring excitedly as it resonated with Fenyu Dragon King. I announced the establishment of the Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji loudly cried out, and all of Emperor Sword Court's disciples followed suit. They shouted themselves hoarse, and all of them were so excited that their faces and necks were red. Fate connected into one, and Emperor Sword Court was officially born. If one person's luck soared to the heavens, the whole family would enjoy happiness and obtain good luck as well. If the Emperor Sword Court was heavily damaged, its fate would dissipate, and the fate of all the disciples in the court would also be damaged. Like birds of a feather. Today is not only the opening day of the Emperor Sword Court, but also the wedding day of me and my beloved wife, Jianghu. Skyfall will host a banquet and invite all guests. In the following month, the Emperor Sword Court will be recruiting disciples. I will also make time to interact with the heroes of the world. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded out again, making everyone excited. Those who wanted to join the sect would inevitably worry when they saw so many people. Those who wanted to befriend Zhou Xuanji would also have time to meet Zhou Xuanji. No matter what the outcome was, at least they did not come for nothing. Next, Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the mountain gate. Daoist old man waved his right hand, and red flowers appeared on the stone steps above him, extending into the clouds. Zhou Xuanji changed into a bright red dress, and Jianghu, who was wearing a wedding dress, appeared beside him with a red veil. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others followed behind them to protect them. Daoist old man stroked his long beard and smiled, looking pleased. He began to give a speech, announcing to the heavens and gods. All living beings were witnesses to this marriage. No one jumped out to interrupt this marriage. Even if some people had other thoughts, they would not dare to do so at this moment. Jumping out in such a situation would only infuriate Zhou Xuanji. Anger could make people lose their rationality, but it could also make powerful people stronger. Zhou Xuanji took out the red embroidered ball, which was tied with a red cloth. He and Jianghu each held one end. From today onwards, you are my wife, Zhou Xuanji said softly with a smile. Under the red veil, Jianghu's lips curled up, and she felt sweet in her heart. After Daoist old man finished speaking, they began to climb the mountain. Holding Zhou Xuanji's hand, they ascended step by step. Ha ha ha. This day is finally here. Chongming Demon Monarch held his wine cup and laughed. He embraced the little black snake into his arms and strangled it with one arm, almost strangling it to death. Big and small air circled happily in the sky, flying together with Zhou Xiaoqi and Fenyu Dragon King. Cheers resounded across the sky, and it was extremely lively. Boom! 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 At the foot of the mountain, the odd job disciples lit up fireworks. Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. There were no fireworks in this world. Zhou Xuanji created them based on his memories from his previous life, just for this day. He walked step by step at a steady pace. With every step he took, scenes of memories surfaced in his mind. The confusion when he was born, the awkwardness and discomfort when his new mother doted on him, the heartache when Lady Zhao Xian threw him into the river, and so on. He was already 58 years old. On Earth, he was considered old. But here, his life truly began. He turned to look at Jianghu. Since he was 2 years old, he had decided to protect her, and it had never changed. But this promise became deeper. Deeper with happiness. From today onwards, they would share blessings and misfortunes together. A smile appeared on his face, and his fighting spirit was high. He would definitely make her the happiest woman in the world. In the north, amidst a world of ice and snow, Lu Wuji, who was strolling forward, stopped and looked ahead coldly. In front of him, there were two people 100 meters away. It was Bai Hao Isin and Feng Kyul. Feng Kyul said in a low voice, "This person is not simple. I cannot see through his cultivation, we must be careful." Bai Hao Isin was expressionless as he said, "He is Lu Wuji. God damn it. Could their luck be any worse?" In this boundless world of ice and snow, they had just entered, and they had already bumped into Lu Wuji. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the heavens were toying with him. What? Lu Wuji? Feng Kyul's expression greatly changed, and terror descended upon him. Extreme fear flooded his heart like a tidal wave. The most powerful human in the legends? Your essence qi is very abundant. I'm going to kill you. Say your last words. Lu Wuji walked towards the two of them as he spoke. His voice clearly traveled into Bai Hao Isin and Feng Kyul's ears. Feng Kyul's legs trembled as he asked, "Can we escape?" Bai Hao Isin proudly laughed and stepped forwards as he said, "Escape? Why would this emperor escape?" His confidence gave Feng Kyul hope. Looking at his back, Feng Kyul felt that he was incredibly powerful and grand. Calm. Miao Shu Wu. Chapter 347. Retreat first. Leave this to this emperor. Bai Hao Isin instructed as he walked toward Lu Wuji. His tone was arrogant, and he gave off a domineering aura that could hold back 10,000 enemies. Feng Kyul suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately turned to escape. Lu Wuji smiled condescendingly and said, "Escape? Where can you escape to? You will all die." He stomped his right foot and clawed at Bai Hao Isin. Bai Hao Isin gave a mocking smile and chose to self-destruct. Boom! A horrifying explosion sounded out. A powerful light engulfed Lu Wuji's body. Feng Kyul, who was flying forward, felt a powerful gust of wind sweep toward him from behind. His body almost exploded, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body floated into the distance like sand. At the peak of Skyfall. Within the building, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat on a bed. The room was decorated in a festive manner. Under the flickering candlelight, the room was so red that it was mesmerizing. There was a festive atmosphere at the top and bottom of the mountain. Zhou Xuanji left these social activities to Xiao Jinghong, Daoist old man, and the others while he returned to his room to enjoy the night. He lifted up her red veil lightly with a gentle look in his eyes. She was beautiful, and her red lips were alluring. She looked away shyly, and her hands tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. Zhou Xuanji laughed and said, "Still nervous? We're already an old couple." Hearing this, Jiang Shui's shy facade disappeared. She pinched his ear and said coquettishly, "Say that again?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled and flipped her over. Outside the building, Xian Xianghua was cultivating by the cliff. She snorted coldly, and her eyes were filled with displeasure. "Stinking brat, you're so proud." Xian Xianghua mumbled to herself as she looked into the distance. The sky was filled with stars, and it was as beautiful as a painting. She suddenly frowned and got up slowly. "What's that?" she mumbled. Following her gaze, a violet rainbow appeared in the horizon. It was like a rainbow hanging at the end of the horizon, and it was much larger than the surrounding stars. It was easy to see. The Sword Emperor's marriage swept across the northern wilderness region like a whirlwind. At the same time, Fenyu Dragon King and Zhou Xiaoqi became famous. Countless people knew that Emperor Sword Court had powerful true dragons and qilins. They had immense fate, and could rival sanctums. Soon, more and more cultivators rushed toward Skyfall. After all, Emperor Sword Court's recruitment period was 1 month long. After the wedding night, Zhou Xuanji began to receive the guests, while Xiao Jinghong, Lin Changge, and the others continued to recruit disciples. Skyfall was not idle, and the new disciples and odd-job disciples were all busy that day. Zhou Xuanji met with the 8 sanctums one by one. Even Chief Monk Xuanhe did not put on airs. Everyone discussed the future of the northern wilderness region and the human race. It was righteous and harmonious. As for the empires, Zhou Xuanji summoned them all. Apart from the Hunyuan Empire, all the other empires came. Zhou Xuanji's friendliness had left a good impression. To them, the second in the world was something they had to look up to. Once there was a sense of distance between them, the attitude of those who were in a higher position could make people feel happy. It was normal for people to bully the weak and be vain. Only after half a month did Zhou Xuanji finally relax. He strolled around Skyfall with Jianghu, looking at the current Emperor Sword Court. Apart from the second and third generation disciples, Skyfall had more than 10,000 official disciples and 100,000 odd-job disciples. Among them, there were more than 100 elite disciples. Compared to the previous 2 generations of disciples, their overall talent was naturally a little worse. For the development of Emperor Sword Court, Zhou Xuanji could only lower his requirements, but there was still a requirement for talent. If one did not have talent in the sword's way, he could become an odd-job disciple and seek serendipity in the future. What if one was lucky enough to obtain the legacy of a powerful cultivator and instantly open up the sword heart? Zhou Xuanji had seen this many times, and it was even recorded in the legends of the northern wilderness region. In the blink of an eye. A month passed, and Emperor Sword Court was listed as a super first-rate faction by the Shanghai Ziggurat. It was second only to the sanctums, and it caused a huge commotion. Not everyone acknowledged that Zhou Xuanji was powerful because of his individual power. It was extremely difficult for a faction to become a super first-rate faction. Those who disagreed all thought that the Shanghai Ziggurat was sucking up to Zhou Xuanji. Of course, these voices were no longer important. This day, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the disciples, including the odd-job disciples, at the waist of Skyfall's mountain. They were arranged according to their levels. From the front of the mountain gate to the end of the procession, there was a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was on the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's head, passionately. At this point, Emperor Sword Court's recruitment period has ended. From now on, I will recruit disciples once every 10 years. I do not ask for a large number of disciples, I only ask for quality. Therefore, for all of you to be able to join Emperor Sword Court, you are all extremely talented. Odd-job disciples must also have confidence. For you to be able to join Emperor Sword Court, it means that I acknowledge you. In the future, you will hold up the sky of the northern wilderness region. Do you think you can do it? Zhou Xuanji looked down at them and said. His voice was indifferent, but it made the 100,000 disciples' blood boil. The world's second acknowledged them. How could they not be excited? Yes. We can definitely do it. We want to be like the primogenitor. We will definitely strengthen Emperor Sword Court. The disciples roared with all their might. Their voices shook the clouds and made the demons on the mountain shudder in fear. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, Lin Changge, and the others were also excited. Zhou Xuanji was powerful individually and had great teaching ability. They did not expect him to be so powerful as a leader as well. After the disciples cheered for a while, Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. He told them about Emperor Sword Court's initial development plan. All of the disciples had to focus on cultivation. In 5 years, the Skyfall net would be opened, and the disciples could join the Skyfall net. They could also go to the Skyfall net to receive missions and build up Emperor Sword Court's might while fighting for support for themselves. Zhou Xuanji also told them about the court's rules. Killing one another and deceiving one's teachers and ancestors were great crimes, and the disciples all memorized them. Afterwards, Zhou Xuanji personally displayed 10 sword techniques, making the disciples feel incredibly excited and wanting to immediately learn them. Cultivate well, Emperor Sword Court will be relying on you. After saying this, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha disappeared, and Zhou Xuanji left. The second and third generation disciples entered the arena one after another and left with their disciples, preparing to continue practicing their swordsmanship. Skyfall was very big, and there were many different places for them to train. After returning to the summit, Xianxia had been waiting for a long time. "What is it? Is something the matter?" Zhou Xuanji asked. After the wedding night, Xianxia had disappeared, and he had thought that she was sulking. He had never thought that she would come back so quickly. Xianxia said seriously, "Something big has happened in the north. Lu Wuji has appeared and fought with great Emperor Heartless. The outcome is unknown, but it's said that Lu Wuji has already infiltrated the inner regions. Many cities and villages at the edge of the human race have been massacred, and the dead have all of their essence qi sucked dry." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 348. Then what? Don't tell me you want to join forces with me to deal with Lu Wuji? Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. This old demonic woman had turned over a new leaf and wanted to become a saint. Lu Wuji was at least a 7th tribulation Lu's immortal. Even if he joined forces with Xianxia and 10 other helpers, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Although he was not an evil person, he knew how to act within his means. If the villains were weak, he would naturally draw his sword to help them. However, the enemy was too strong, so why would he send himself to his death? He had heard from the souls of the powerful beings that Lu Wuji could absorb essence qi to become stronger. If he were to die, it would bring more harm to the northern wilderness region. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and snapped, "Am I that stupid? What I want to say is that after Lu Wuji sneaked into the human tribe, he seemed to have his eyes on Sunlight Emperor. According to his tracks, his target is Sun Hill." Zhou Xuanji heard him and blinked. Sun Tomb? Was Sunlight Emperor so unlucky? It was unknown how long the number 1 expert in the world could last against Lu Wuji. Of course, he still hoped that he could defeat Sunlight Emperor in person. In this way, he would be worthy of his title as the first in the world. Then I shall wait for the results of the battle. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The result was obvious. Xianyuan Zhou was only a 3rd tribulation individual immortal, but he could delay Sunlight Emperor for a while. No matter how powerful Sunlight Emperor was, he could not surpass a 5th tribulation individual immortal. If he encountered Lu Wuji, he would definitely die. He began to think about how to quickly increase his strength. Once Yang Di died, Lu Wuji would find him sooner or later. Also, for the next period of time, I will be heading to the seaside to develop the Tanhua sect. The overseas factions are getting restless, and I reckon that they will soon invade the northern wilderness region. Emperor Sword Court should focus on increasing your strength. Xianxia took a step forward and patted Zhou Xuanji's face as she said softly. Her eyes were blurry, filled with relief and gentleness, as well as surprise and pride. Back then, he refused to become the Tanhua sect's deputy sect leader no matter what. Now that he had established Emperor Sword Court, which was even stronger than Tanhua sect, it was hard to predict the fate of a person. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "Is Tanhua sect really that important?" Xianxia's eyes curved into crescent moons as she said, "Is Emperor Sword Court really that important? You and I are the same kind of people, you should understand." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji could only sigh. After all, Xianxia was not an ordinary woman. Her ambition was no less than a man's. Go. If there are any difficulties, inform me at any time. However, I hope that your Tanhua sect will not commit any more evil deeds. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. Xianxia flirtatiously blew him a kiss before turning into a ball of demonic qi and leaving. He shook his head and laughed. He turned to look at the endless starry sky above him. He was already very strong now. However, it wasn't the strongest, so it was still dangerous. If that was the case, then he would become the strongest in the mortal world. No, to become the strongest in the mortal world, he might encounter enemies from the upper realm later on. He wanted to keep growing stronger. After thinking about it, he walked to the edge of the cliff and started to cultivate the third level of world reincarnation, World Overlord. Even with the Xianxia map, it would take a long time to reach the seventh tribulation scattered immortal realm by absorbing qi to increase his cultivation level. Lu Wuji, on the other hand, was constantly growing stronger. Only by cultivating the overlord of the world and gathering the energy of the heavens and the earth would one be able to completely counter Lu Wuji. In the north, Feng Qiul carried a baby boy as he advanced. He would occasionally look behind him, afraid that Lu Wuji would attack. Stop looking. He was injured by this emperor, so he probably won't dare to come. The baby boy giggled. He looked like a newborn, but he could already speak. Naturally, he was Great Emperor Heartless, Bai Hao Isin. Every time he self-destructed, he had to be reincarnated. He had a special divine ability that allowed him to grow rapidly. Not long ago, he appeared in Feng Qiul's dream and asked Feng Qiul to steal him away from a mountain village. Thinking about the woman who was as strong as a cow feeding him milk, he shuddered. Feng Qiul rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "Great Emperor, I'm begging you to stop bragging, okay?" He really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to follow heartless Great Emperor. My ancestors lied to me. Great Emperor Heartless was not so powerful and invincible. The young Bai Hao Isin saw through his thoughts and snorted, "Junior, you don't understand true power. This emperor is really powerful, the kind of invincible power." Feng Qiul chuckled. Now that things had come to this, in order to survive the world epic, he could only hold on to this life-saving straw. Yang Di was being targeted by the man in the woven rush raincoat, and Zhou Xuanji was working together with Dao Seeker. In this world, only Bai Hao Isin could give him hope. It was just that this hope had become very small. Soon. The power that this emperor left behind is hidden in the abyss 3 miles away. There are powerful restrictive spells down there, and anyone who enters will definitely die. When the time comes, just throw this emperor down. When this emperor rushes out, I will be invincible in the world. Bai Hao Isin said with a pleased smile. Hearing this, Feng Qiul narrowed his eyes. He asked cautiously, "Is this true?" Lu Wuji had given him too much shock. After suffering from Bai Hao Isin's self-destruction, that fellow was completely unharmed and had even snuck into the human race. Lu Wuji relied on absorbing essence qi to become more powerful. To him, the human race was a place of serendipity. Thinking about an even more powerful Lu Wuji, his scalp felt numb. "This emperor never lies," Bai Hao Isin said proudly. Bai Hao Isin said arrogantly. He firmly believed that he was invincible. "How long will it take for you to rush out?" "Depends on the situation. At least 100 years, at most 1,000 years. Feng Qiul had an urge to throw Bai Hao Isin to death. 100 years? Not just the human race, even the demon race might be massacred by Lu Wuji. Half a year later. The storm brought by Emperor Sword Court gradually subsided. After all, Emperor Sword Court did not make any big movements after it was established. The entire sect was cultivating hard. But on this day, the leader of the 7 empires, the Hunyuan Empire, suddenly issued a decree to the world. Hunyuan's emperor was going to attack Lu Wuji. This decree listed Lu Wuji's crimes one by one, shocking the world. Because of this, the world knew that the most powerful human was Lu Wuji. Just his dead body alone was enough to overturn the world. Within half a month, the news of Sun Hill being razed to the ground spread again, causing the world to be in an uproar. Yang Di had disappeared. Could he have been killed by Lu Wuji? He was the top cultivator in the world. How can it be? Where is Yang Di? Facing the most powerful human, he must have, impossible. Yang Di is invincible. That's Lu Wuji, someone who has existed since the beginning of the human race. Even Yang Di died in his hands. Who else can deal with Lu Wuji? Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. The entire human race was in a panic. All sorts of voices could be heard. The 7 empires and 8 sanctums were on high alert and began searching for Lu Wuji. The news reached Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji did not make any arrangements but continued to cultivate in isolation. On this day, before the gate of Hunyuan Royal City, Lu Wuji looked up at the towering city wall. Countless people entered and exited the city. Soldiers stood on the 100-meter-tall city wall, and each of them was as mighty as a divine weapon. Stealing the fate of the Saint Empire. You should not exist. Lu Wuji mumbled to himself. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 349. The Hunyuan Empire had existed for more than 20,000 years. It was the oldest empire among all the empires. Until now, no one knew the true origin of the Hunyuan Empire. But there was one thing that people liked to talk about. The spiritual qi in the Hunyuan Empire far surpassed that of other empires. The weather here was good, and no matter how big the war was, it would not harm the Hunyuan Empire. When Lu Wuji raised his right hand, the sky above the royal capital changed drastically. A violent gale howled, and the shadow of a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above the royal capital. It was like a winding mountain range that covered the sky, attracting countless people's attention. The dragon ancestor has appeared. Why did our Hunyuan Empire's fate divine beast appear? It's not a divine beast but a dragon vein. Could it be a powerful enemy? Could it be the famous Lu Wuji? The citizens cried out in shock, but the royal capital did not fall into chaos. This was the Hunyuan Empire after all. In the eyes of the Hunyuan people, no enemy could threaten them no matter how powerful they were. Boom! A horrifying beam of black light came from outside the city and penetrated the Hunyuan Empire instantly. All the buildings, people, and livestock along the way were pulverized. Next, a few more beams of black light appeared and blasted the Hunyuan Empire into pieces. Domineering. Before these black beams of light, the Hunyuan Empire was so vulnerable. The spell formations were useless, and the sturdy city walls were like paper. One by one, the experts leaped up into the sky, including the 4 divine generals of Qin, Tang, Xian, and Wang. Emperor Hunyuan flew into the sky too. He wore an emperor's robe and a golden crown with green pearls. He looked furious, and a horrifying aura exploded from his body, stirring the sea of clouds. Kill him. Emperor Hunyuan pointed at Lu Wuji and roared furiously. He could no longer care about Lu Wuji's identity. How could he face his ancestors after the royal capital was destroyed like this? Yes. The 4 legendary generals charged toward Lu Wuji immediately. Lu Wuji, who was outside the city, saw this. He laughed condescendingly and mumbled, "A bunch of mortals dare to resist the will of immortal gods?" After he spoke, his face turned hideous. His eyes were filled with blood vessels, and a murderous aura emanated from him. At Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji sat by the cliff and thought hard. Becoming a world overlord was even more difficult than world reincarnation. It was extremely profound. He couldn't understand just the mantra alone. Why do I feel that the sentence doesn't make sense? Could it be that I wrote it randomly? At this time, Haotian Boar King flew over and knelt down behind him. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, something bad has happened. The human race has changed." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and glanced at him, asking, "What is it? Shocking changes in the human race?" He immediately thought of Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji has flattened the Hunyuan dynasty's imperial city. The Hunyuan emperor, the 4 divine generals, and millions of people in the imperial city have all died tragically. Now, the Hunyuan dynasty is in chaos. The 8 sacred grounds and the other 6 dynasties have begun to work together to help the Hunyuan dynasty. Haotian King said in a low voice. His face was filled with fear. That was the Hunyuan Empire, the empire that had the highest chance of becoming the Great Fate Empire. It was also the oldest empire in existence. They were destroyed just like that? If the human race was slaughtered by Lu Wuji, would the demon race be next? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He had never thought that Lu Wuji would be so crazy. He frowned and asked, "Where is Lu Wuji now?" If the Hunyuan Empire was destroyed just like that, the other empires would most likely follow in their footsteps. He's still in the Hunyuan Empire. He's absorbing the essence qi of the Hunyuan Empire's residents. The Hunyuan Empire has already become hell on earth. Speaking to their, Haotian King shivered. When one's essence qi was absorbed, they would maintain their rationality. In other words, the victim would gradually feel death approaching. This kind of fear was far greater than directly dying. Zhou Xuanji said, "Continue to gather information. If there's anything, inform me at any time." Haotian King received the order and left. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought deeply. Yang Di's fate was unknown, and the Hunyuan Empire had been heavily injured. He had to think of a way. He could not place his hopes on World Overlord. He thought about what Emperor Zhao had said. Jianghu Cliff had a way to deal with Lu Wuji. After thinking about it, he decided to act immediately. He gathered his trusted aides and gave them orders. Everyone knew about Lu Wuji, including Jiang Shui, Shao Jinghong, and the others. Jianghu Cliff is known as the Great Emperor's Graveyard. There might really be a way. "Revered teacher, please be careful," Shao Jinghong said as he nodded. The others had no objections. Now, Zhou Xuanji had no problem challenging Jianghu Cliff. He could come and go as he pleased. Jiang Shui gave some instructions before letting Zhou Xuanji leave. Daoist old man chuckled and said, unknowingly, "This brat has already reached the level of a savior." When Sun Hill was flattened, facing Lu Wuji's ferocious might, the world immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. Now that the Hunyuan Empire was heavily injured, the outside world was in an uproar. In a few days, letters from various factions would be sent to Skyfall. Jiang Shui smiled proudly and said, "Of course. In the current world, only his fate cannot be predicted. If he's not the savior, who is?" Daoist old man shook his head and laughed. The others also joined in and asked when Jiang Shui and Zhou Xuanji would have a child. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to cast a spell. Under the blue sky, the once prosperous Hunyuan royal city had turned into ruins. Lu Wuji sat in the ruins, and a 5-clawed golden dragon circled above his head, which was the dragon vein. The dragon's tail sunk into his back, and he was absorbing the dragon vein. The dragon vein was the Hunyuan Empire's fate. Once it was completely absorbed by him, the Hunyuan Empire would be completely destroyed. At the edge of the ruins, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were looking at Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji ignored them as though he did not notice them. If he obtains the Empire's dragon vein, the northern wilderness region will be finished. All the powerful cultivators at home and abroad will not be able to destroy him even if they work together. Dao Seeker said faintly. Could this be the world epoch? Lu Wuji will destroy the humans and demons. After he leaves, a new race will rule the northern wilderness region. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The man in the woven rush raincoat sighed, Yang Di cannot defeat him for now. It should be said that no one in the current world can defeat him. The 2 tribulation executives just looked at Lu Wuji helplessly. They felt helpless. After countless years of preparation, they could not defeat fate. Boom! Boom! Two beams of light descended from the sky and landed nearby. Next, Xianyuan Zhou and a muscular man stepped out from the powerful light. The muscular man wore silver armor. His face was wild, and his eyes were sharp. He wore a string of jade beads on his forehead. Lu Wuji. How dare a dead body disturb the peace of the mortal world? Today, I, Xianyuan Han, will destroy you. To the will of heaven. The silver-armored man shouted. Lightning struck down and turned into a large saber in his hand. He walked towards Lu Wuji with the saber in hand, and Xianyuan Zhou followed closely behind. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat looked at each other curiously. Who was Xianyuan Han? He descended from the sky. Could he be from the upper world? Lu Wuji, who was absorbing the dragon vein, opened his eyes. His eyes were red, and his pupils could not be seen. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 350. Xianyuan Han had threatened to eliminate Lu Wuji. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat couldn't help but look forward to it. The Xianyuan clan was the surname of the human race's ancient emperor. Could there be a turning point? Xianyuan Han and Xianyuan Zhou shot out like arrows, raising 2 rows of dust in their wake. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were right in front of Lu Wuji. One of them waved his palm, the other brandished his saber. Scram! With a loud roar, Xianyuan Zhou and Xianyuan Han felt an irresistible force rushing towards them, causing them to be sent flying while coughing up blood. A lowly puppet of the heavenly Tao, a mortal who has inherited the destiny of a wise man. Do you really think you can kill me? You overestimate yourself. Lu Wuji laughed savagely. The dragon vein above his head struggled furiously, roaring soundlessly. Xianyuan Zhou and Lu Wuji steadied themselves. He gritted his teeth and said, I told you, Lu Wuji is very strong. Xianyuan Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed, You think you're worthy of the heavenly king? Charge with me. We must return peace to the human world. With that said, he took the lead and charged toward Lu Wuji. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Lu Wuji was still sitting in the ruins, absorbing the dragon vein. There were 2 people kneeling in front of him. They were Xianyuan Zhou and Xianyuan Han. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their skin was withered. Their life force had already been severed, and their eyes were filled with despair and terror as they stared at Lu Wuji. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their limbs were bent exaggeratedly. It was obvious that they did not want to kneel of their own accord. In the distance, Dao Seeker and the man in the raincoat remained silent. This was especially so for Dao Seeker. His face was ashen, and he seemed extremely downcast. How could he possibly defeat Lu Wuji? Lu Wuji, what exactly are you doing? Given the level of your cultivation base, how much stronger can you get by absorbing the quintessence energy of mortals? Asked the man in the raincoat. As tribulation takers, they were connected to the destiny of the human race. As long as they weren't destroyed, they wouldn't die, so they weren't afraid of Lu Wuji attacking them. Lu Wuji didn't even open his eyes. I just want to destroy the hypocritical human race, and the demon race. The true human race has already been harmed. The human race shouldn't exist anymore. Dao Seeker and the man in the raincoat were baffled. What do you mean? Humans are humans. How can they distinguish between the past and the present? Dao Seeker continued to ask, wanting to understand Lu Wuji's motives. Lu Wuji didn't hide anything and said, back then, Emperor Xia founded the human race and became the overlord of the world. However, there was a traitor under him. In order to usurp the position of human emperor, he colluded with the demon race and gave birth in the demon race's territory. Those traitors took advantage of the fact that the human race was weak and destroyed the Xia dynasty. They killed all the Xia people, leaving only a few women to create a new human race. The daughter of Emperor Xia was framed by them. She will forever be a devil, never to be reincarnated. Therefore, the current human race is not worthy of being a human. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat fell silent again. They were shocked, not expecting the human race to have such a secret. If what they said was true, then history had concealed the truth. But even so, it was the fault of the predecessors, and it had nothing to do with the descendants. After I absorb the dragon vein, I will awaken the ancient Xia people and control the northern wilderness region. No one can stop me. Lu Wuji said leisurely with a hint of excitement in his tone. Dao Seeker asked in a deep voice, "Aren't you a will formed from Lu Wuji's dead body? Is this what Lu Wuji's main body is thinking? What kind of person was Lu Wuji? If he knew about this back then, why did he not turn things around and stop the conspiracy? Before he ascended, he was already invincible. When he was in isolated cultivation, the human race changed, and he did not know about it. When he came out, the human race had already changed, and he could not do anything about it. So, he killed the human emperor in a fit of rage and ascended. I inherited his body and helped him fulfill his wish. It's only right." "But..." Lu Wuji laughed coldly. His smile became even more savage. "I want to become the human emperor. I want to be the only ruler of the world." Dao Seeker was moved and squinted his eyes. As expected. This is the true history of the human race. The descendants wanted to cover up their evil deeds against the Xia people, so they suppressed me. Zhou Xuanji listened to the voice in the blood bead and sighed in his heart. It turned out that old Mother Wan Yi was a pitiful person. But when she heard that she was going to deal with Lu Wuji's corpse, she was so frightened that she gave up on life. I advise you to ascend as soon as possible. Lu Wuji's power is beyond your imagination. Before he ascended, all of the living beings in the mortal world combined couldn't possibly be a match for him. He's truly the most powerful of the human race. Before my father ascended, not even he could match up to my father. Old Mother Wan Yi advised him earnestly. Her life was in Zhou Xuanji's hands, so she did not want him to die. Once the human race in the northern wilderness region was destroyed, she would die for sure. But there were still northern wilderness people in the upper realm. Their fate could allow her to continue living. Zhou Xuanji snorted, "I still have many people I care about in the mortal realm. How can I ascend? You're the daughter of Emperor Xia. You're too cowardly. Wait and see. I will defeat Lu Wuji." After that, before old Mother Wan Yi could retort, he stored the blood bead into the Tianxia map. He could not get away to deal with Lu Wuji from old Mother Wan Yi, so he could only continue toward Juadi Cliff. He traveled at full speed without stopping. In a few days, he could reach Juadi Cliff from Skyfall. After all, Juadi Cliff was in the south. It was not too far for him. 3 days later, he finally reached Juadi Cliff. This time, Xian Xianghua was not with him. He traveled alone. He took out the ancient god sword and summoned Emperor Zhao's remnant soul. "Juadi Cliff, I'm finally back," Emperor Zhao said with infatuation and excitement. After that, he pointed in a direction and asked Zhou Xuanji to fly over. Juadi Cliff was huge, and the weather was ever-changing. Along the way, there were many natural forbidden grounds. With his sharp senses, Zhou Xuanji avoided them easily. He felt a little fearful. Previously, he could not see these natural restrictions. If he was careless, he would not be where he was today. These natural restrictions came in all shapes and sizes. There were 5 elements, yin, yang, and even poison. It was hard to guard against them. He used his divine sense and saw many coffins buried in the mountains or underground. Those who were buried in Juadi Cliff were not simple when they were alive. An hour later, he came to the destination that Emperor Zhao pointed out. In front of him was a bottomless canyon. Gusts of chilling wind blew, sending chills down one's spine. I've opened up a cave abode on the cliff below. There's a puppet inside that was made from my clone, Emperor Zhao urged excitedly. Emperor Zhao urged excitedly. He couldn't wait to see his puppet fight Lu Wuji. Puppet? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Puppets were common in the cultivation world, but most of them were not powerful. He did not believe that there would be a seventh tribulation scattered immortal puppet. But since he was already here, there was no harm in going down to take a look. Xianxia map, at this moment, a cold and feeble voice came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji turned around instinctively. A demonic shadow appeared 30 meters away. Demonic chi coiled around his body, and only his head was exposed. His eyes were cold, and his face was full of wrinkles. His white hair danced like flames as he stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was shocked in his heart because he did not sense this person's appearance. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 351. The Xianxia map is an inauspicious item. It shouldn't exist. I advise you to abandon it. The demonic shadow said in an extremely complicated tone. His eyes were cold like two pools of water. Emperor Zhao exclaimed, You're also just a remnant soul, so why can your soul condense? That shouldn't be the case. Did the heavenly Tao not allow you to reincarnate? Zhou Xuanji heard him and was curious. Although he did not understand the Tao of samsara, an existence that could shock Emperor Zhao to such an extent was definitely not simple. Junior, tell me your name. Your soul isn't bad. In the future, after I revive, I can recruit you as my little brother and bring you along. Emperor Zhao crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled proudly. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, Did I say I would revive you? Emperor Zhao chuckled and said, One day, the ancient god's sword will be insignificant to you. If you can revive us, it will be even more valuable. He neither threatened nor mocked. He simply used a mocking tone to analyze the future. At the same time, these words proved his trust in Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? You're just a remnant soul, yet you're so arrogant. Since ancient times, I've never been convinced by anyone. The demonic shadow stared at Emperor Zhao and asked, his tone even more arrogant than Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhao said proudly, Emperor of all ages, Zhao Chenggang. The demonic shadow was silent. What? Are you scared? Emperor Zhao asked proudly. 70,000 years had passed, but he was still as famous as ever. Mo Ying said, Never heard of it. It was Emperor Zhao's turn to be silent. Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and said, He's Emperor Zhao. There are not many records of him in history, and he's only called Emperor Zhao. The demonic shadow squinted his eyes and said, So it is Emperor Zhao. I admire you. Your ambition is rare among the Renhuangs. Even Emperor Xia cannot compare to you in terms of territory. You have a good eye and understand that the overseas territories should be controlled in your hands. Emperor Zhao was delighted to hear this. So this kid was his faithful believer. My surname is Dugu. My name is not important, I have long forgotten it. The demonic shadow continued in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and so was Emperor Zhao. Dugu. Could it be Devil Emperor Dugu who suppressed Lu Wuji 50,000 years ago? No way. What a coincidence. You're Devil Emperor Dugu? The Devil Emperor Dugu who suppressed Lu Wuji's corpse? Emperor Zhao asked straightforwardly. He had heard of Devil Emperor Dugu's name in the upper realm. The demonic shadow named Dugu asked in confusion, Who is Devil Emperor Dugu? Who is Lu Wuji? Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed and said, You know Emperor Zhao, but you don't know Devil Emperor Dugu? Emperor Zhao had ascended 70,000 years ago, while Devil Emperor Dugu had mysteriously disappeared 50,000 years ago. Both of them had left their mark in history. Dugu sighed and said, I've lost a lot of memories. I'm also looking for my true self, but I can't leave Juadi Cliff. I can only linger here. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a profound gaze. You have come to Juadi Cliff twice. The first time, you obtained the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor, so I paid attention to you. The second time, I protected you and allowed you to successfully obtain the Xianxia map. Originally, I only wanted you to learn the world Buddha art and then give up on the Xianxia map. However, you obtained another powerful force, causing the Xianxia map to become more integrated with you. Sooner or later, it will bite you back. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He had received Dugu's help before. Thinking about it, it made sense. On the way here, apart from the Huangquan twin devils, he did not encounter any danger or obstacles. But this time, he saw densely packed restrictive mechanisms, and they were all fatal. So it was because of Dugu. Should he trust Dugu? If he gave up on the Xianxia map, his cultivation speed and battle endurance would be greatly reduced. The Xianxia map could store massive amounts of spirit energy and provide endless magic energy during battle. It was a legendary artifact. Cultivation focused on magic energy, but some sects were particular about wealth, companions, laws, and places. Material possessions were also very important. What inauspicious item! As long as you're powerful enough, even the most evil enchanted artifact will bow down to you. Emperor Zhao snorted coldly, which woke Zhou Xuanji up. Dugu looked at Emperor Zhao with a complicated expression and said, as expected of the Emperor of Eternity. He did not agree with Emperor Zhao's domineering attitude. There was always someone better than you. Who could be sure that they were the most powerful and would not be bitten back by the evil item? Go down first. Don't mind him. He can't leave Juadi Cliff. Emperor Zhao lost his patience and urged. Compared to Dugu, he wanted to see his puppets more. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He glanced at Dugu before leaping into the valley. Dugu did not leave but waited on the spot. Lu Wuji. Why does it sound so familiar? He mumbled to himself and fell into deep thought. It was a pity that no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of it. Zhou Xuanji descended along the mountain wall and soon saw a cave. Under Emperor Zhao's instruction, he quickly entered the cave. He asked Emperor Zhao's puppets as he advanced. I had 900 puppets in the mortal realm, and each of them had different spells and divine abilities. The most powerful one was a seventh tribulation scattered immortal, while the weakest was at spirit refinement. After I ascended, I refined these puppets, and each of them surpassed great tribulation scattered immortal. It's a pity that half of my puppets were destroyed in that battle. What a pity! The more Emperor Zhao spoke, the more sorrowful he became. But his words shocked Zhou Xuanji in his heart. 900 puppets that surpassed great tribulation scattered immortal. Even with such a lineup, Emperor Zhao was still beaten to the point of death. While Zhou Xuanji was shocked, he could not help but ask about Emperor Zhao's enemy. Emperor Zhao did not reply but told him ambiguously that he should not reveal too much about the upper realm to the mortal realm, or else he would suffer retribution. After passing through the dark cave and passing through hundreds of forks, he finally stopped. A stone coffin was embedded in the wall ahead of him. Tree roots grew around it, forming a complicated web that wrapped around the stone coffin tightly. Even in the darkness, he could see the stone coffin at a glance. He raised his right hand and sucked the stone coffin with his magic energy before leaving. Soon, he returned to the cliff and placed the stone coffin on the ground. Dugu stood nearby and looked around curiously. With him around, none of the ghosts dared to get close. Open it. Emperor Zhao urged with an impatient tone. Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves, and the coffin lid was opened, which made him raise his brow slightly. So easy? If someone else discovered it, wouldn't this puppet be stolen? He looked at it and immediately understood. No wonder this puppet could be preserved for 70,000 years. Because it was already a pile of bones, it looked worthless. He turned around and looked at Emperor Zhao. Don't be anxious. Wait for 7 days and 7 nights. After it absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, it will awaken. At that time, I will give it commands, and you can bring it to teach Lu Wuji a lesson. Emperor Zhao chuckled. He was still very excited. Humph. A cold snort came from the ancient god's sword. It was from Lu Wuji. He could not stand Emperor Zhao acting cool anymore. You are the ancient emperor, and you are powerful indeed. But I am the most powerful human, and I am your ancestor. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 352. Zhou Xuanji sat near the stone coffin and began cultivating. Dugu did not leave but looked at Zhou Xuanji quietly from afar. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji was not worried that this guy would launch a sneak attack. He placed the ancient god's sword in front of him. The souls of the 9 powerhouses could appear freely, but other than Emperor Zhao, the other souls did not appear. They fell because of their enemies. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not reveal their identities to others. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. During this period, no enemies appeared, and Zhou Xuanji was happy to be at ease. It was too difficult for him to cultivate World Overlord, so he opened his eyes and asked Dugu, "How much do you know about the World Buddha art?" From what Dugu said, he seemed to have a deep understanding of this energy technique, or else he would not have asked Zhou Xuanji to learn it. I don't know much. I only know that this energy technique is powerful, but I have never cultivated it before. I heard that the World Buddha art is a fragmented version from a powerful cultivator. Even though it's a fragmented version, as long as you master it, you can dominate the mortal world. Dugu replied with a calm tone. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. This is just a fragmented version? Just world internalization and world reincarnation were powerful enough. How powerful would the complete version be? He could not imagine. Dugu suddenly turned around and left without a word. Zhou Xuanji was confused. Why did he leave so suddenly? At the same time, at the edge of Juadi Cliff, someone stood by the cliff and looked into the distance. It was the lady in white who was guarding Lu Wuji's corpse. Ever since Lu Wuji was born, she left the north and came to the humans' inner land. After traveling across mountains and rivers and investigating everywhere, she finally found Juadi Cliff. Only by asking him can we save this disaster. She mumbled to herself as she flew deep into Juadi Cliff. Just when she entered Juadi Cliff, a ball of demonic chi stopped her. Your bloodline and aura are not suitable to enter Juadi Cliff. If you barge in forcefully, you will cause countless vengeful souls to rebel. Not only you, but the entire northern wilderness region will be destroyed. Dugu's voice came from the demonic chi. To be chosen by Lu Wuji as a guardian, this lady's bloodline was not simple. The woman in white cupped her fists and said, "My name is Shengguan Su. Since ancient times, our Shengguan family has been chosen by Lu Wuji's ancestor to guard his corpse. You should have met my ancestors before. Now that Lu Wuji has reappeared, I beg you to help us again." Lu Wuji again. Dugu was puzzled. He had no idea who Lu Wuji was. However, he had an inexplicable blood connection with Shengguan Su, so he could sense her when she got close to Juadi Cliff. I don't know who Lu Wuji is. I don't have the ability to leave Juadi Cliff now. You should leave quickly. Dugu replied, making Shengguan Su anxious. Senior, you're the only one left now. Before Shengguan Su could finish, she was interrupted by Dugu. There's really nothing I can do, but someone in Juadi Cliff is preparing to deal with Lu Wuji. He might succeed. You should go back and wait. Hearing this, Shengguan Su could not help but feel puzzled. Other than Dugu, who else could be stronger than Lu Wuji? What's his title? Can you let me know? Shengguan Su asked anxiously. Lu Wuji had not caused trouble in the human world for 50,000 years. If he massacred the people in her generation, it would be a great sin for her. His name is Zhou Xuanji. You should have heard of him before, Dugu replied. After that, the demonic qi dissipated, and Dugu went deep into Juadi Cliff. Zhou Xuanji. Shengguan Su was stunned. She had heard of this name before. In the past 100 years, Zhou Xuanji's name was very well known in the northern wilderness. Even in the remote north, people were talking about him. However, this person was too young. Could he really defeat Lu Wuji? Although he defeated the Sword Saint, Shi Shenzong was still much weaker than Lu Wuji. She sighed, bowed in the direction of Dugu's departure, and turned to leave. In the ruins of the Hunyuan royal city, Lu Wuji had already absorbed half of the dragon vein. A horrifying demonic qi enveloped the former royal city like a black fog. Far away, the armies of the 8 sanctums and various empires had already gathered. At a glance, there was a sea of people in every direction. They formed a black line and surrounded the Hunyuan royal city. Chief Monk Xuanhe said, Amitba. Lu Wuji is too powerful. This old monk suggests that all factions send out their most powerful cultivators to surround him. As for the other disciples and soldiers, stay here to prevent Lu Wuji from escaping. Canghai Ziggurats Li Yinyu, Mountain Abyss Ziggurats Sing Junlu, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain Shi Hyaming, and the other leaders nodded. They were also afraid of suffering heavy losses. Soon, all the northern wilderness top 100 cultivators stood up and walked toward Lu Wuji from different directions. They all unleashed their auras, which shook the heavens and the earth. Evil spirit, you dare to dominate the sage's body and slaughter the people. Today, you are surrounded. Surrender. Jianghu cried out. In such a situation, there was no point in talking too much. But if he could build up his reputation and build up his image, what was the point of saying a few more words? Lu Wuji did not reply and continued to focus on absorbing the dragon vein. Shi Hyaming drew his sword and charged ahead. Chief Monk Xuanhe followed closely behind. His body turned golden like a golden Buddha, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. The other overlords used their divine abilities to shake the ground. No matter how many mortals there are, they are still mortals. You worms want to kill me? Lu Wuji opened his eyes abruptly. His face was hideous as he stood up abruptly. The morning sunlight streaked across Juadi Cliff as though the light was dispelling the darkness. Under Zhou Xuanji's gaze, the skeleton in the stone coffin had already grown skin and flesh. His face was pale, and he wore a tattered robe. His body was covered in dust. He was tall and had handsome features. There was a vertical slit between his brows, as though an eye was hidden inside. Zhou Xuanji could sense the magic energy in his body. It was extremely abundant and had already surpassed Shi Shenzong's, and it was still growing rapidly. The surrounding spiritual qi was not so turbulent, so where did his magic energy come from? Zhou Xuanji was very curious but did not ask. He was not too interested in the way of puppets. With just the power of a 7th tribulation scattered immortal, it will be difficult for him to defeat Lu Wuji, right? Zhou Xuanji said. He did not know where Emperor Zhao got his confidence from. Emperor Zhao chuckled and said, although it's a 7th tribulation, it has a special divine ability and is very powerful. Even if it cannot defeat Lu Wuji, it can still weaken Lu Wuji's power. Thinking about how his puppet was going to challenge the human race's most powerful physique, he was so excited that he could not control his emotions. Zhou Xuanji did not deny it. He calculated in his heart that it seemed like he had to defeat Lu Wuji personally. If he could obtain a more powerful legendary sword, he should be able to defeat Lu Wuji, right? Above intimidating spirit was celestial shaking. Celestial shaking, as the name suggested, could even shake immortals and gods. How could it not be invincible in the mortal realm? However, even if he could obtain the celestial shaking legendary sword, there would be a limit to his cultivation. He only hoped that the minimum requirement was first tribulation scattered immortal. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 353. It was only noon when Emperor Zhao's puppet got up slowly. He opened his eyes and looked at the sun with a dazed expression. Emperor Zhao, who was on the ancient god sword, waved his hand, and a ray of black light entered his body. In an instant, the puppet's body twitched with a hideous expression as though it was in great pain, but it did not make any sound. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Could it be that this puppet had its own consciousness? If that was true, was Emperor Zhao trying to possess him? He did not stop him. This puppet belonged to Emperor Zhao after all, and he had no right to interfere. Damned serendipity. Fortunately, I awakened it in time. Or else, it would have developed its own consciousness after 10,000 years and roamed the world like Lu Wuji's corpse. Emperor Zhao cursed, but he still sounded excited. Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched as he heard this. According to Emperor Zhao, wouldn't all the corpses of ancient powerhouses develop their own consciousness and reappear in the world? If that was the case, the northern wilderness region would have descended into chaos long ago. There might be some special reasons, which might be the serendipity that Emperor Zhao mentioned. A while later, the puppet stopped twitching, and his expression became calm. He turned around slowly and walked out of the stone coffin. He knelt before Zhou Xuanji and lowered his head. From now on, he is under your control. Emperor Zhao smiled proudly. He was apparently waiting for Zhou Xuanji to praise him. What's his name? Zhou Xuanji asked. He sized up the puppet and felt that it was no different from an ordinary person, except that it was quiet. Call him Zhao 68. He's the 68th among my puppets. Emperor Zhao said, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. This name was even more perfunctory than his. Has he recovered his cultivation of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal? He continued to ask. With his cultivation, no matter how powerful his senses were, he could not see through Zhao 68's cultivation. In his senses, Zhao 68 was radiating boundless light. It was much more powerful than any human or demon he had ever seen in his life. It's about time. You can bring him to Lu Wuji. Emperor Zhao said ambiguously, which made Zhou Xuanji feel a little uneasy. You are not even sure yourself, and you want me to die? The aura of the dragon's vein has changed. I believe that my physical body is absorbing the human race's dragon's vein. You guys should hurry up and stop him. Otherwise, once he finishes absorbing the dragon's vein, we really won't be able to do anything to him. Lu Wuji's voice suddenly came from the ancient god sword. What? Absorb the dragon vein? Emperor Zhao cried out. Following this, he hurriedly urged Zhou Xuanji to continue. Zhou Xuanji was frightened by them. He turned around and flew toward the Hunyuan Empire while asking them about the dragon vein. The dragon vein was the human race's fate, and it was similar to Fate Emperor River. However, Fate Emperor River was created by the heavens and earth. It could be used to become a great emperor and was controlled by the heavenly Tao. On the other hand, the dragon's vein was the fortune that the human race had condensed. If the dragon's vein were to disappear, the fortune of the human race would definitely weaken, and what awaited them would be a disaster. Zhou Xuanji was astonished. He could understand why Lu Wuji wanted to absorb the essence qi, but why did he want to absorb the dragon vein? It seemed that this fellow was not as simple as just gaining sentience. He must have inherited something. Within the ruins of the Hunyuan Empire royal city, many powerful cultivators lay on the ground. All of them were heavily injured. Lu Wuji gripped the Xuanhe divine monk's neck with one hand and raised him high up. The monk's face was bright red, but he did not struggle. He had used up all his magic energy, and his stamina was drained. He could no longer resist. You bastards! Lu Wuji gnashed his teeth and cried out. The dragon vein above his head had already left him, and all his previous efforts had gone to waste. He had to absorb the dragon vein again. Even though these cultivators could not compare to him, their methods were unique. They had extracted the dragon vein during battle, which made him furious. The Xuanhe divine monk gave a mocking smile. He knew that he was doomed. It was a pity that he could not take revenge for his revered teacher. Xianxia, if there's a next life, I will definitely kill you. Crack. Lu Wuji twisted the monk's neck before opening his mouth and sucking in the Xuanhe divine monk's essence, qi and soul. The northern wilderness region's #1 divine monk had fallen. The people watching from afar were all shocked. Shi Haiming, who was lying in the ruins, gritted his teeth and got up. His body trembled, but he gripped his sword firmly. This Lu Wuji was simply too powerful. He was so strong that he felt despair. He finally understood why Lu Wuji was called the strongest of the human race. Even if Shi Shenzong was still alive, he would not be able to defeat Lu Wuji. Damn it! I cannot be a coward, he tried to calm himself down and walked toward Lu Wuji. Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu, Xing Junlu, Shitan Changshi, and the Fury Buddha of Great Shang also stood up. They all knew that it wasn't that Lu Wuji couldn't kill them, but that Lu Wuji wanted to keep them alive so he could absorb their quintessence energy. Now that things had come to this, they had no way out. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. How good would it be if he was here? Jiang Wudi bitterly smiled. He was talking about Zhou Xuanji. In the current world, Zhou Xuanji already had the most powerful talent. After defeating Shi Shenzong, it was very likely that he had already surpassed Yang Di. No one answered him, because praying for Zhou Xuanji's arrival would only distract them. Lu Wuji was enraged. He scuttled through the battlefield like a ghost, miserable screams rising and falling. No matter who faced him, they would not be able to fight back. The people watching from afar were terrified. Too powerful. No one can defeat him, the divine monk is dead. Who can defeat him? Where's the Sword Emperor? Why isn't the Sword Emperor here yet? The Sword Emperor is in the south, okay? And Emperor Sword Court has just been established. If it were you or me, would you come? I didn't expect the powerful cultivators to be so weak. Soon, more and more cultivators began to flee. Seeing the crushing defeat of their top cultivators, how could they dare to stay? At the same time, news of this battle spread out one after another and shook the entire northern wilderness region. Although everyone was shocked by Lu Wuji, they did not expect him to be so powerful. Even if all the heroes in the world gathered together, they could not defeat him. Could a great tribulation really be coming? Swoosh, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword at full speed, followed by Zhao 68. The closer he got to the Hunyuan Empire, the more uneasy he felt. Thunderclouds billowed in the sky, and a wave of heavenly might swept across the world. Are seventh tribulation scattered immortals really so powerful? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He even suspected that Lu Wuji had surpassed seventh tribulation scattered immortals. Such power did not make him afraid but excited. He wanted to be so powerful too. Or even more powerful than Lu Wuji. Zhao 68, who was behind him, was expressionless. It had been 3 days since he left Juadi Cliff. He estimated that he would reach the Hunyuan royal city in another day. At this moment, in the ruins of the Hunyuan royal city, Lu Wuji began to absorb the dragon vein again. Jiang Wudi, Shi Haiming, and dozens of other powerful cultivators were sealed on stone steels and could not move. They could only look at Lu Wuji with despair. Why doesn't he absorb our essence qi first before absorbing the dragon vein? Jiang Wudi thought to himself, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 354. The dragon vein struggled silently. Lu Wuji sat cross-legged in midair. His eyes were fixed on the dragon vein, and his eyes were filled with excitement. No one knew why he was so excited. There weren't many cultivators and soldiers outside the imperial city. They were scattered all over the place, numbering less than 100,000. Compared to before, it was far less than a tenth of the original number. These people were suffering from the fear in their hearts and had to make a choice. They were afraid and wanted to escape. However, they understood that if they did not stop Lu Wuji, the entire northern wilderness region would be in trouble. On a hillside, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat stood side by side and looked at Lu Wuji. They did not speak and seemed very quiet. Dao Seeker was the first to break the silence. Lu Wuji probably left these people alive to feed someone. Dao Seeker sighed. Even though he knew Lu Wuji's goal, he was helpless. The man in the raincoat shook his head and said, "Sunlight Emperor is receiving the inheritance of the real dragon tribe. Even if he returns as a real dragon, it will be too late." He was rather displeased by this. He was the one who had given Sunlight Emperor an opportunity, but Sunlight Emperor had already lost control and did whatever he wanted. Occasionally, Sunlight Emperor would even contradict him, which made him very regretful. At this moment, Dao Seeker suddenly looked toward the south and said in surprise, "Someone is coming." He pinched his fingers together and calculated. First, he frowned, then his expression changed drastically. He had calculated nothing. But there was only one result. That was Zhou Xuanji. What is he doing here? Damn it, does he want to die? Dao Seeker cursed with gritted teeth. He immediately turned around to stop Zhou Xuanji. The man in the raincoat suddenly pulled him back and said, "If you stop him, the result will still be death. Why not let him fight?" Dao Seeker glared at him and said, "He will die." He had witnessed Lu Wuji's strength with his own eyes. He knew Zhou Xuanji's strength, the two of them were on completely different levels. The man in the raincoat said calmly, "If I don't die now, will I be able to live in the future?" He's still far from ascending. Ascension didn't just depend on one's cultivation. It was also related to one's lifespan. However, when most people reached the cultivation level of ascension, their lifespan had already reached the limit. Dao Seeker tried hard to calm his emotions. He understood that what the man in the raincoat had said was the truth. "I'll protect the human race's dragon vein." A loud and heroic laughter rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. Jianghu, Li Yinyu, and the others were pleasantly surprised. Sword Emperor. Xiao. Xiao. Two air-piercing sounds came. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao 68 leaped over the cultivators' heads and charged into the ruins of the royal capital without hesitation. With the heavenly retribution martial punishment and the god ghost howl in his hands, the power of the two intimidating swords poured into his body, and his aura grew stronger as he brandished both swords. Sky-dominating divine sword. The two sword chis intersected and quickly collided with the dragon vein, wanting to destroy it. Lu Wuji looked at him and laughed angrily, "You're a first tribulation scattered immortal, yet you can release the aura of a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. Kid, you're not simple." His body blurred and turned into a clone, which charged toward Zhou Xuanji. This doppelganger was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. With a thought, Zhao 68 blocked in front of Zhou Xuanji and punched out. Boom! As the two fists collided, the robes of Zhao 68 and Lu Wuji's avatars fluttered. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He was terrified. Just the wind from the punch was enough to make his face hurt. Zhao 68 opened the third eye on his forehead. Countless bolts of purple lightning shot out from his eye and blasted Lu Wuji's clone into ashes. Lu Wuji, who was far away, could not help but squint his eyes and mumble, "Seventh tribulation scattered immortal, and a puppet." Jianghu, Li Yinyu, and the others, who were sealed on the steel, were dumbfounded. How could it be? They stared at Zhao 68 fixedly. No matter how they looked, they recognized this person. Since when was there such a powerful being in the northern wilderness region? And according to Lu Wuji, this person was a seventh tribulation scattered immortal? Seventh tribulation. How could an ordinary person be so powerful? Normally, a second tribulation scattered immortal would ascend. Only a few fourth tribulation scattered immortals remained in the mortal realm. Back then, the hegemon sword emperor ascended as a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. But the hegemon sword emperor became a great emperor before he ascended, and his power far surpassed that of a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. Zhao 68 did not stop and charged toward Lu Wuji straight away. Lu Wuji gritted his teeth and fought. He was not afraid of Zhao 68, but he was absorbing the dragon vein. If there was any deviation, he would have to start all over again. Facing the attack of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal, he soon had to cut off his connection with the dragon vein and fight with all his might. Puppet! You have angered me. Lu Wuji roared furiously. His white hair danced in the wind, and strands of black qi covered his body, transforming into a black armor that looked hideous and horrifying. Zhao 68 had no consciousness and was only a battle puppet. So, he did not reply and charged at Zhou Xuanji again. Boom! 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 The two horrifying cultivators moved at high speed. Everywhere they passed, explosions were heard. The ground shook, and a violent gale blew. Zhou Xuanji quickly came to the top of Jianghu and the others. He swung his sword with both hands to break the seals on them. Sword Emperor, be careful. This person is really powerful. Jianghu cried out loudly as he fled. Zhou Xuanji knew how powerful Lu Wuji was, so he would not let his guard down. The people who saw the battle between Zhao 68 and Lu Wuji from afar felt their blood boiling. This was the first time that someone could fight with Lu Wuji to such an extent. The previous cultivators were all beaten up by Lu Wuji without being able to retaliate. The Sword Emperor is so powerful. Who is that? He's so powerful, and he's following the Sword Emperor? Maybe he's a close friend. How can it be? Didn't you notice that he's following behind the Sword Emperor? We're saved. The cultivators could not hold back their excitement and cheered for the Sword Emperor. Bomb! Zhao 68 landed beside Zhou Xuanji suddenly, sweeping up a cloud of dust. Zhou Xuanji leaped up, and his body turned golden. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead, ready to defend against Lu Wuji's sudden attack. Brat, you are so talented. Why don't you become my disciple? When I become the human emperor, I will make you the human king. Lu Wuji, who was like a demon god, stared at Zhou Xuanji and laughed coldly. So what if he's a seventh tribulation scattered immortal? He had absorbed so much essence qi. A seventh tribulation scattered immortal was no match for him. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a large hole in Zhao 68's chest. He seemed to be severely injured, but he did not feel any pain. He got up and charged at Lu Wuji again. He cursed in his heart, Lu Wuji has indeed surpassed seventh tribulation scattered immortal. Although Zhao 68 was powerful, he was clearly not a match for Lu Wuji. Emperor Zhao tricked me. He immediately took out dozens of legendary swords and began to form a formation. Hades' god-slaying formation. His other abilities were not enough to defeat Lu Wuji, so he could only rely on this sword formation. Sigh, Lu Wuji, how many sins has your duplicate committed? Emperor Zhao's soul came out from the ancient god's sword and complained. Lu Wuji's soul did not come out, nor did he speak. He probably did not want to see his dead body. Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded from Zhao 68's body. The lightning transformed into countless lions and tigers, which roared and attacked Lu Wuji. The scene was extremely majestic. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, there were lions and tigers. Their roars filled the heavens and the earth, so deafening that even the deaf could hear them. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 355. Facing the attacks of countless lions and tigers, Lu Wuji didn't use any flashy divine abilities. He only relied on his fists to fight 1 against 10,000. He was unstoppable. Zhao 68 blended into the purple thunder lions and tigers and charged at Lu Wuji with extreme speed. Lu Wuji was kicked in the back. Purple lightning formed a net that engulfed Lu Wuji. In the next second, Lu Wuji grabbed Zhao 68 by the throat and threw him to the ground like a piece of cloth. "Little puppet, do you really think I can't deal with you?" Lu Wuji grinned and stomped on Zhao 68's chest with his right foot. A terrifying power erupted. Boom! The ground collapsed, and ruins exploded one after another. The ground within a radius of 1,000 meters collapsed and collapsed. Countless rocks were flipped up, like spikes shooting into the sky. Zhou Xuanji blocked with both swords in front of him to reduce the impact. He glanced at the Hell God-slaying formation. The formation had already been set up. The black hole formed by the sword formation had a diameter of 300 meters and was eye-catching. Lu Wuji had also noticed the Hades God-slaying formation, but he did not care about it. Zhao 68 was too difficult to deal with, and he had to deal with it quickly. This guy was a puppet and didn't have any essence energy, so he couldn't absorb it. He could only kill it. Zhao 68's body was destroyed by him again and again, but in the blink of an eye, his body reformed again, as if he couldn't be killed. Most importantly, Zhao 68's purple lightning was getting stronger and stronger. He was becoming stronger. Ha ha ha, this is the power of Zhao 68. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. Emperor Zhao smiled proudly. His soul flickered on the ancient god's sword like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Zhao 68 seemed to be getting stronger, but he was still being suppressed by Lu Wuji. If this continued, he would not be able to escape death. At this moment, a black dragon suddenly flew out from the Hades god-slaying formation. This dragon's entire body was wrapped in azure and blue flames, and its body was more than 500 meters long. Countless dragon scales reflected a cold light, and its eyes were scarlet red, full of killing intent. The 2 dragon horns were perfectly straight, but the ends were curved like hooks. At first glance, it looked as if it was wearing an emperor's crown, majestic and domineering. Its appearance attracted the eyes of the people watching from afar. What kind of formation is that? You can summon dragons? This formation seems to be the Hell God-slaying formation. What is the Hades God-slaying formation? I didn't expect the Sword Sovereign to know such an array. He can set up an array by himself? The tyrannical black dragon was truly eye-catching, causing the spectators to cry out in surprise. Black Dragon charged toward Lu Wuji with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji rejoiced in his heart. It seemed that he had summoned a powerful being this time. This black dragon's aura was very powerful, even more so than Shi Shenzong's. Lu Wuji, who was madly trampling on Zhao 68, was taken away by the black dragon in one bite. Zhao 68's shattered body was struggling in the huge pit. The Hades god-slaying formation is stable this time, right? Jianghu said expectantly, his eyes glowing. Zhou Xuanji's powerful methods made him incredibly envious, and at the same time, he felt a different emotion in his heart. It was similar to worship. He watched as Zhou Xuanji became more and more powerful, surpassing him and leaving him far behind. It was an indescribable feeling. Especially since Zhou Xuanji was the son-in-law of his descendant, this feeling was even more profound. However, at this moment, the black dragon let out a mournful roar before it was torn apart by Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji grabbed the 2 dragon horns with both hands, and the dragon blood splashed onto him. His killing intent soared, making him look like a blood-soaked devil god. A 6 tribulation demon dragon. But it's a pity that it's nothing before me. Lu Wuji laughed with disdain. He opened his mouth and sucked the 6 tribulation demon dragon into it. The dragon, which was hundreds of meters long, shrunk rapidly. It was as though there was an independent space in Lu Wuji's stomach. The heavens and earth were silent. The arrogant demon dragon died just like that? Zhou Xuanji was stunned too. Zhao 68 got up again and charged toward Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji swung his right hand and sent Zhao 68 flying away with a slap. He walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step and laughed coldly. Have you thought it through? I already want to kill you. Zhou Xuanji's face was dark and did not reply. He could already sense Lu Wuji's murderous intent. Even if he wanted to escape now, he could not. Zhao 68 charged toward Lu Wuji consecutively but was sent flying away by him. Brat, I'm sorry. Emperor Zhao sighed, which made Zhou Xuanji want to beat him up. Weren't you so confident just now? Is your face swollen now? Oh. You are a dead man. You have no face. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and prepared for battle. Zhao 68's speed decreased significantly. Although Emperor Zhao said that he could grow more powerful as he fought, there was a limit to it. Lu Wuji was much more powerful than him. It's about to end. Dao Seeker sighed with a complicated expression. It was not easy for him to meet a genius like Zhou Xuanji. It would be difficult for him to meet another one in the future. Moreover, with Zhou Xuanji dead, who else could stop Lu Wuji? Maybe this is fate, the man in the raincoat said. They did not believe that Lu Wuji wanted to recruit Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji did not believe it either. If Lu Wuji really cherished such a talent, how could so many powerful cultivators be killed? This guy probably wanted to nurture Zhou Xuanji so that he could absorb his essence qi. Zhang Quanglan was an example. Zhou Xuanji did the same. Sword Emperor, run! Jianghu cried out loudly. He was severely injured and could no longer fight. He did not want to see Zhou Xuanji die here. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and activated the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha straightaway. The 1,000-meter-tall golden Buddha rose from the ground and extended its 1,000 hands. The Buddha's radiance illuminated the world and dispelled the darkness. Is this a divine ability? Lu Wuji asked curiously. No, it's made of sword qi. Brat, your talent in the way of the sword is indeed impressive. Are you really willing to die like this? Zhou Xuanji merged into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. Next, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. Use the sword to support the world. Use the sword to save the world. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. He did not want to die, but he had to stop Lu Wuji. When Lu Wuji absorbed the dragon vein, it would be unstoppable, and the people he cared about would be in danger of dying. Since that's the case, then go to hell. Lu Wuji stomped his right foot and came up to the 1,000-hand sword Buddha with a single step. He swung his right palm. Bomb! The majestic 1,000-hand sword Buddha was shattered by his palm. Zhou Xuanji flew backward like an arrow and vomited blood. He fell into the ruins, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Silence. Everyone was silent and looked at Lu Wuji with ashen faces. Even the Sword Emperor could not defeat Lu Wuji. Who else could they rely on? Are you afraid? Tell the world that I will kill all the humans and demons in the northern wilderness region. Let the world wait for me. I will find you sooner or later. Lu Wuji opened his arms and burst out laughing. He was unrestrained. A horrifying murderous aura swept across the heavens and earth. The spectators felt a chill down their spines and could not move. All of them looked hopeless. It's over. It's really over. I'm not dead yet. Zhou Xuanji's feeble voice resounded across the heavens and earth like the sun breaking through the dark night. A glimmer of hope was ignited in the spectators' eyes. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 356. Lu Wuji looked in Zhou Xuanji's direction and condescendingly laughed as he said, "Boy, you have great talent, but you're not a match for me at all. Since you're so stubborn, help me out." With that, he disappeared in the air and jumped into the rolling dust. Bang! Countless streams of sword chi tore apart the dust storm, and Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji's figures were revealed. He held the sword with both hands and maintained a slashing posture. Heavenly Retribution, Martial Punishment and God Ghost Wail were caught by Lu Wuji with his bare hands. The undulating wails of ghosts and howls of wolves resounded, making the world seem like hell, ghastly and terrifying. "These two swords are not bad. I want them." Lu Wuji's eyes lit up, and he smiled greedily. An image suddenly came out of the ancient god sword above Zhou Xuanji's head. It was Lu Wuji himself. He looked down at his dead body and said, "You inherited my body, but you didn't inherit my will. Do you know what price you will have to pay?" Lu Wuji looked at the soul fragment in surprise, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes and said with a trembling voice, "It's you." The physical body and the soul were connected, so Lu Wuji could feel a trace of familiarity. After thinking about it carefully, he guessed the truth. "I advise you to let go," Lu Wuji's soul said indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, so the spectators couldn't hear him. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuji subconsciously loosened his grip. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and distanced himself from him. Seeing Lu Wuji in a daze, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was afraid of his own soul? "Humph. I'm Lu Wuji now. All of you can die together." Lu Wuji savagely laughed. He came before Zhou Xuanji in a single step and slammed his palm into Zhou Xuanji's chest. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness went blank in an instant, and his body flew out like a cannonball. He smashed through massive rocks and ruins, and he went deep underground. The divine swords were also sent flying. As Emperor Zhao and Lu Wuji's souls dissipated, Lu Wuji laughed out loud. After attacking his physical body and soul, the last shackle in his heart was broken. He was Lu Wuji. The one and only Lu Wuji. He leaped up, opened his arms, and laughed maniacally. "Since you're not willing to escape, then go to hell." A terrifying suction force erupted from his body. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, everyone felt as though something was being sucked out of their bodies, scaring them so much that their souls almost flew away. Wisps of essence chi left his body at a speed visible to the naked eye, rushing towards Lu Wuji. The expressions of Jianghu, Li Yinyu, and the others changed drastically. Those with weaker cultivations quickly turned into dried corpses and collapsed to the ground. "Ah, save me! Lu Wuji! I curse you! My essence chi, how could this be?" Cries of pain came from all directions, and Zhou Xuanji regained consciousness. He laid in the ruins and relied on world reincarnation to resist this suction force. Is it really going to end like this? Zhou Xuanji thought in bewilderment. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and looked at the billowing thunderclouds in the sky. All the muscles and bones in his body had been shattered. At this moment, he was only left with a single breath, and the only thing that awaited him was death. The legendary sword spiraled above his head, occupying his vision. God Ghost Howl, Heavenly Retribution, Martial Punishment, Ancient God Sword, World Fool Sword, Right, Wrong, Justice Sword, etc. Souls came out of the ancient God Sword, and the 9 souls all came out. This fellow is truly powerful. If this goes on, he'll definitely die. Lu Wuji, you're truly a disaster. What does it have to do with me? Do you think I want to? Forget it, if he dies, we'll die too. Humph, the 9 souls communicated with each other, but Zhou Xuanji could not hear them clearly. His consciousness was hazy, and he could fall into a bottomless abyss at any moment. At that moment, the 9 souls returned to the ancient God Sword. A wave of intense light shot out from the ancient God Sword. Boom! The intense light from the ancient God Sword turned into a pillar of light that inundated Zhou Xuanji. Lu Wuji, who was absorbing the essence qi, looked over and slightly frowned as he muttered, "This boy is still awake." He had purposely left Zhou Xuanji alive, but he guessed that Zhou Xuanji should have already lost consciousness. "Since it's like this, I'll kill you now." Lu Wuji savagely laughed. He raised his left hand and waved towards Zhou Xuanji, preparing to absorb Zhou Xuanji's essence qi before killing him. However, no matter how much he sucked, he could not bring Zhou Xuanji in front of him. His expression froze. Rumble, the ground violently trembled, as if a massive creature was going to break out of the ground. The pillar of light rose up, piercing through the thunderclouds. Dozens of legendary swords circled around the pillar of light, quickly flying. Those who were running away looked back just in time to see this spectacular scene. Within the dark heavens and earth, the pillar of light connected the heavens and the earth, representing light and illuminating this world. An extremely terrifying aura exploded out, covering the entire ground. In that moment, the other cities and kingdoms in the Hunyuan Empire all felt this might, as if a god had descended. The various cities were sent into an uproar. Because they were too far away, they did not know what kind of battle was happening in the royal city. However, this might evidently came from the royal city. What's going on? There must be a peerless expert fighting with Lu Wuji. This might is too powerful. I've lived for thousands of years, but I've never encountered such a powerful might. Could an immortal god have descended? Could it be Lu Wuji? He absorbed the essence qi of those powerful cultivators and became more powerful. Fear and unease enveloped the various cities. The damage that Lu Wuji brought to the Hunyuan Empire was too great. The current emperor, the 4 legendary generals, and other top-tier cultivators were all killed by Lu Wuji. Even if the Hunyuan Empire could withstand this disaster, it would become the weakest among the empires after this, and it would no longer be the overlord of the past. At the same time, in the ruins, a silhouette was faintly discernible in the pillar of light. He raised his right hand, and a sword of light emerged from the pillar of light like a god raising his sword. Lu Wuji, as long as I'm still alive, don't even think about destroying this world. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice, which was filled with murderous intent, came. His voice traveled far, and even those who were far away could hear him. They were pleasantly surprised. Could the Sword Emperor have hidden his true power? After the powerful light dissipated, Zhou Xuanji's figure was revealed. Even though there were many traces of blood on his face, his Trisun Flame Qi robe was not damaged. His cold eyes stared at Lu Wuji, and the ancient god's sword in his hand turned into a sword of light. It was 6 meters long, and it shook the space around the blade. The 9 souls fused together, and the ancient god's sword went through a transformation. It even surpassed heavenly retribution, martial punishment, and god ghost howl. Zhou Xuanji's right arm trembled, and he felt that it was very difficult to control the ancient god's sword. He had never felt such immense power before, it was simply too powerful. Lu Wuji sensed danger and coldly laughed as he said, "Ho, your sword is quite powerful. However, if you want to kill me, it's impossible with just a sword." After saying this, he stomped his foot and rushed at Zhou Xuanji, his figure like a ghost. Facing the ferocious Lu Wuji, Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword soul. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 357. A dignified and domineering sword soul condensed on Zhou Xuanji's right arm. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a black light and slashed forwards with the ancient god's sword. Lu Wuji's vision blurred, and he subconsciously stretched out his palm. A deafening boom resounded. The sword qi drowned Lu Wuji and cut the ground in half. A row of dust rose up from the crack created by the sword qi, reaching hundreds of meters high and reaching the horizon. The ruins of the imperial city had been cut in half. In the distance, Jianghu and the others were dumbfounded. This sword was incomparably domineering. They didn't see it clearly at all. They only saw the ground in front of them suddenly crack open, and a row of dust that covered the sky flew up. It was unstoppable. They felt like they were falling leaves in the wind, about to be swept away at any time. Especially that domineering pressure, it made their souls tremble. What kind of sword technique is that? Jianghu swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of Shi Shenzong. It was said that when Shi Shenzong had fought with Zhou Xuanji, he had used a strange sword technique that could not be identified. It was incredibly domineering and had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji panted heavily in mid-air. Swinging his sword had used up all of his magic energy. Fortunately, the Xianxia map was continuously providing him with magic energy. He looked down and saw that there was a canyon that was dozens of feet wide. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom, and Lu Wuji was lying at the bottom of the canyon. Damn it! What kind of power is this? In the darkness, Lu Wuji gritted his teeth and struggled to rise to his feet. That sword strike just now was too domineering, and it almost turned him into ashes. The flames of jealousy in his heart burned wildly. How could he lose to a first tribulation bodiless immortal? His predecessor was an existence who could fight above his cultivation level. How could he be defeated by a descendant who was so many realms above him? The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. He placed his hands on the ground and started absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji wanted to follow up with another attack, but he had to wait for his magic energy to recover. At the same time, his body felt like it was being torn apart, and he could be crushed at any moment. He must be eliminated. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and raised his left hand, and all of his legendary swords appeared. He used the 100-sword style with his will, and all the divine swords fell like heavy rain, drilling into the canyon. Then, a series of rumbling sounds came from the canyon. Stinking brat! Can you kill me? Lu Wuji wildly laughed as he quickly leapt out of the canyon and slammed his palm towards Zhou Xuanji. Countless black bees flew out from his palm. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the sun, trying to engulf Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword again. Another sky-dominating divine sword soul. Bang! All of the black wasps were destroyed by the sword chi, and Lu Wuji was struck as well, screaming as he fell. Zhou Xuanji followed up and charged down. His eyes were sharp and determined. He had to kill Lu Wuji. Skyfall. Daoist old man felt Jiang Shui's pulse with a strange expression. Jiang Shui asked nervously, "Is it true?" Daoist old man nodded and sighed, "I'm going to have a great-grandson soon." Jiang Shui was overjoyed, and Huang Lianxin couldn't help but congratulate her. After they got married, she and Zhou Xuanji would be together every night, making love every night. It was inevitable that they would be hit. Zhou Xuanji's attitude toward childbirth had always been indifferent. Whether it was early or late, he would follow Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was elated for a while before she suddenly asked, "Grand Teacher, can you divine the situation in Hunyuan Royal City?" They already knew what happened in Hunyuan Royal City, but they were not too worried since Zhou Xuanji was at Juadi Cliff. Daoist old man hesitated. He was too afraid of divination. There were too many backlashes, and he was worried that he might die one day. He sighed and said, "All right, I'll try." After that, he closed his eyes and divined with his fingers. Jiang Shui's divination ability was already very powerful. She had divined the Hunyuan Royal City before, but she could not divine anything. Perhaps it was because it was too far away. A while later, Daoist old man said in surprise, What's going on?" Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin looked at him curiously and waited for him to continue. Daoist old man frowned deeply and did not speak. Boom! Zhou Xuanji fell onto the edge of the cliff. He quickly got up and stabbed the ancient god's sword into the ground. He held onto the sword with his right hand and supported his body. He looked over with gritted teeth and saw Lu Wuji rising up from the valley. A pair of black wings grew out from his back, and they created gusts of wind as they flapped. Lu Wuji laughed savagely. His eyes were filled with madness and cruelty. The crazier his laughter was, the more furious he was. He was so proud, and yet he was forced into such a state by Zhou Xuanji. He was not satisfied. He was jealous. Die, Lu Wuji raised his right hand above his head. The wings on his back flapped rapidly, and countless wind blades swept across the ground. Zhou Xuanji stood up and channeled his magic energy, preparing to fight to the death. The ancient god's sword was indeed powerful when the 9 souls fused. However, his body could not use it for a long time, and he could not take it anymore. This guy is too difficult to deal with. Emperor Zhao's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, sounding exasperated. In response, Lu Wuji remained silent and did not reply. After the 9 souls fused, their respective consciousnesses still existed. It was really miraculous. At this moment, Lu Wuji landed suddenly. He bent his legs and stomped on the ground, causing it to cave in. Twisted lines of fire appeared out of nowhere and covered hundreds of miles. Countless flames rose up along these lines of fire. Zhou Xuanji tilted his body and dodged it easily. Leave this place quickly. Lu Wuji's voice came suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. He quickly used the 8-step sword lunge and tried to rush out of this land. Just after he took 2 steps, his body was locked in place. He gritted his teeth and used the power of heavenly lightning. The lightning stimulated his body and forced him to turn around. Lu Wuji was already behind him. There was no time to think. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with all his might. I can't die here. I must kill him. Zhou Xuanji channeled the spirit energy in the Xianxia map with all his might and was prepared to give it his all. After the previous battle, Lu Wuji was also heavily injured. He was at the end of his rope. This was his best chance. Sky-dominating divine sword. Sword soul. This time, Zhou Xuanji held the sword with both hands. The purple Tai Chi diagram between his brows turned into flames and burned intensely. This made his expression extremely cold, like a god of war. Lu Wuji saw the look in his eyes and felt wary. Boom! The flames within hundreds of miles exploded like a volcano erupting. The flames soared into the sky. Sword chi shot out and cut a hole in the pillar of flames. Jianghu and the others, who were far away, backed off. The light from the flames shone on everyone's face and illuminated their shocked expressions. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat watched the battle quietly. Their clothes fluttered in the violent wind. Too powerful. The man in the woven rush raincoat mumbled, but no one knew who he was talking about. Dao Seeker's expression was still solemn. He stared fixedly ahead and mumbled, 9 hell flame extinction. He inherited Lu Wuji's divine ability? A dead body that was born with a consciousness and someone who inherited Lu Wuji's inheritance. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 358. When the intense flames dissipated, a massive crater that was 100 kilometers wide appeared on the ground. It was incredibly dark below, and it looked as if it led straight to hell. Charred smoke filled the air, and the powerful aura that seemed like heavenly might was still spreading. Jianghu flew high into the air and frowned as he looked down. A smile of delight suddenly appeared on his face. Zhou Xuanji's head was lowered, and his body was covered with blood. White could be seen at his joints as he floated above the massive crater. His right hand still held the ancient god sword, and the blade had pierced through Lu Wuji's chest. Lu Wuji's expression was savage, but his eyes had lost their light, and his entire body was stiff. It was as if he had died. This scene caused Jianghu, Li Yinyu, and the others to feel incredibly delighted. Zhou Xuanji had actually won. He had successfully killed the undefeatable Lu Wuji. At that moment, they felt as if they were dreaming. The Sword Emperor is mighty. Too powerful. Lu Wuji was a 7th tribulation scattered immortal. No, he surpassed 7th tribulation scattered immortal. Savior. We finally won. In the distance, the cultivators who had not died were overjoyed and continuously cried out. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji suddenly fell down. Dao Seeker's expression slightly changed and he instinctively wanted to rush over, but the man in the woven rush raincoat grabbed his wrist and stopped him. What are you doing? Dao Seeker asked in a low voice, wanting to shake off the man in the woven rush raincoat. The man in the woven rush raincoat shook his head and pointed at the sky. Dao Seeker's expression immediately became grim. Tribulation transcenders could not act against ordinary people. This included acting and rescuing. As he was in a daze, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji had already fallen into the darkness and disappeared. Dao Seeker sighed and turned to leave. The man in the woven rush raincoat thought for a moment before walking in another direction. The massive battle had finally concluded. All of the participants came to the edge of the massive crater and looked down into the darkness, feeling a lingering fear in their hearts. Will the Sword Emperor be fine? A cultivator asked cautiously. He used his divine sense to scan down, but he could not see the bottom of the crater. Jianghu glared at him and cursed, "The Sword Emperor is so powerful and has such great fate, do you think something will happen?" Lin Yu rubbed his chin and said, "There are spatial ripples below, don't fall. Unless you are as powerful as the Sword Emperor and Lu Wuji, you won't be able to survive." As soon as he said this, everyone retreated. The various forces waited for 3 days and 3 nights without seeing Lu Wuji appear. Thus, they spread the news. Sword Emperor had killed Lu Wuji. That month, the Shanghai Ziggurat republished the Northern Wilderness Top 100 rankings, and Zhou Xuanji successfully became number 1 in the world. Although he did not defeat Sunlight Emperor, he defeated Lu Wuji. Yang Emperor was a 7th saint. Moreover, Lu Wuji seemed to be more than a 7th tribulation bodiless immortal. Sunlight Emperor became the 2nd in the world. Although the Sun Mausoleum was flattened, there was no evidence that Sunlight Emperor had fallen, as Zhou Xuanji gradually regained his consciousness. His entire body was aching. He opened his eyes with difficulty and saw the night sky and a blood-red crescent moon. A black shadow flashed past his eyes. He raised his head to take a closer look, and his hair stood on end. Countless little ghosts were gnawing on his body. These little ghosts were like smoke, and their heads were as big as fists. Their faces were ferocious, and they giggled as they gnawed on his body. It was a horrifying sight. Zhou Xuanji wanted to attack but found that apart from his head and neck, he could not move his body. He saw the ancient god sword not far away. With a thought, the ancient god sword flew over and chased the ghosts away. His body was badly mutilated and covered with blood. He looked like a corpse. "Where am I?" Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He looked around and found that he was lying in a forest. The trees around him were scattered, and there was a thick smell of blood in the air. The sword owner is severely injured. Take out the Holy Light Redemption sword to save yourself. The surroundings are dangerous, the sword spirit's voice came in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he immediately took out the Holy Light Redemption sword. When he fell, the sword spirit collected all the divine swords, not leaving a single one behind. Zhou Xuanji controlled the Holy Light Redemption sword and stabbed it into his waist to heal himself. At this moment, the ancient god sword showed the appearance of 9 souls. Emperor Zhao said weakly, "Combining the 9 souls is too damaging. I can't do it again without 100 years. I can't take it." The other remnant souls nodded. "Where is this?" Zhou Xuanji asked weakly. Ever since he had woken up, he had had a bad feeling. Lu Wuji faintly said, "In the 9 hells underworld, that fellow inherited my divine ability, the 9 hells flame extinction." This divine ability can use the Nine Hells flame to kill enemies, and it can also break through the Nine Hells enchantment. This kind of enchantment will disappear after 2 days. 9 Hell Underworld. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted and he hurriedly asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" Emperor Zhao shrugged and said, 7 days. We protected you for the first 6 days, but our soul energy was not enough, so you were eaten by those ghosts. Fortunately, you woke up in time. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell into the underworld? How could he go back? You can't go back unless you also know 9 Hell Flame Extinction, Emperor Zhao said. This caused Zhou Xuanji's eyes to light up. That was a good idea. Quickly recover from your injuries and quickly leave. Impermanences are about to come, and living people cannot exist in the underworld. Today is the 7th day, and impermanences are most likely on their way. Emperor Hanlin said, causing Zhou Xuanji to feel nervous. He asked cautiously, what if I'm captured by impermanences? Could it be the black and white impermanences in legends? Go against the yin and yang, pull out your tongue, and cook it. Emperor Zhao chuckled, causing Zhou Xuanji to swallow his saliva instinctively. So vicious. As a result, he was only able to stand up after an hour of being on tenterhooks. However, his body was still riddled with holes and drenched in blood. He was like a rotting corpse. He took a deep breath. Standing on the ancient god's sword, he sped off in a certain direction. The Holy Light Redemption sword was still sheathed at his waist. A while after he left, 2 silhouettes walked into the forest. They wore blood-red robes, and their feet were off the ground. They wore tall hats, and their faces were pale. Their eyes were blood-red, and their hands were crossed in their sleeves. They looked at each other before walking in the direction that Zhou Xuanji had left. 6 hours later, Zhou Xuanji hid in a valley. Along the way, he saw barren mountains and valleys. He did not see any villages or cities. No matter where he went, it was eerie. After entering the valley, Zhou Xuanji hid in the darkness and sat down to recover from his injuries. He held the ancient god's sword vertically in front of him, and the 9 souls helped him scout the surroundings. Other than 9 Hell Flame Extinction, is there no other way to go back? Zhou Xuanji asked. Who knew how long it would take to cultivate 9 Hell Flame Extinction? Lu Wuji replied, there are many divine abilities that can allow one to travel between the yin and yang. Other than that, you can only find Hades in the netherworld for help. However, Hades will only capture you and not let you go back. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 359. Can you tell me about the underworld? Zhou Xuanji asked as he recovered from his injuries. As a living person, he was naturally curious about the netherworld. The souls of the powerful beings did not hide anything and explained what they knew about the underworld. No one knew how big the underworld was. However, other than the northern wilderness region, there were many other mortal realms connected to it, including the upper realm. The cycle of life and death for mortals was here, and the punishment for immortals who disobeyed the heavens was here. The one who controlled the underworld was the Yama King, and he was incredibly powerful. Even Lu Wuji didn't want to provoke him. The souls of the other powerful beings also warned him. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think of the King of Hell in Journey to the West, which was quite wretched. However, his opponent was the great sage, Heaven's equal, so it was possible that the King of Hell was acting. However, he was also very curious about whether there would be an even stronger expert than the King Yanluo of Hell. The 9 souls only talked about the netherworld briefly and did not delve into it. Zhou Xuanji did not pursue the matter. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. Time passed slowly. With the help of the Xianxia map and the Holy Light Redemption sword, Zhou Xuanji's injuries gradually recovered. 10 hours later, his body returned to normal, but his internal organs, bones still needed to be treated, especially his inner core and nascent soul. There are enemies. Sovereign Xian suddenly spoke, causing Zhou Xuanji to hurriedly take out dozens of swords and prepare for battle. Living human, you have trespassed into the yin and yang. Why aren't you surrendering and suffering less? An eerie voice came from outside the canyon, as though the other party was speaking beside Zhou Xuanji's ear. He could even feel the other party's breath, which gave him goosebumps. Hellguard. He was very curious as to how strong a Hellguard was. Just from his voice alone, it didn't sound any weaker than Lu Wuji's. Let's give up. They're stronger than Lu Wuji. Let's recover first. Emperor Zhao reminded. Then, all 9 souls retracted into the ancient god's sword. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji sighed and put away his swords before walking out of the canyon. Now, he could only rely on the Xianxia map to heal himself. Very soon, he saw 2 Hellguards. They looked very similar to the Hellguards he had imagined, except that their robes were not black and white. The 2 impermanences took out chains and casually swung them, binding Zhou Xuanji's hands and feet. Zhou Xuanji did not resist and said, I don't want to barge in. Someone is disturbing the mortal realm and wants to slaughter the common people. I fought with him and was forced to fall. He was neither agitated nor depressed. He spoke very calmly. An Anitya Hellguard replied, the judge observes the mortal realm and has his own judgment. If you have merits, you will be sent back to the mortal realm. If you lie, you will repent in the 18 levels of hell. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately felt at ease. He had no enmity with the underworld, so there was no reason for him to be targeted. Furthermore, Lu Wuji possessed the will of a dead body. He was the type that the netherworld would want to capture. Just like that, he was taken away by the 2 Hellguards. On the way, Zhou Xuanji asked about Lu Wuji's whereabouts. Before falling unconscious, he was not sure if Lu Wuji was dead, so he felt quite worried. Wu Cheng answered truthfully. They were also trying to capture Lu Wuji, but this fellow was very good at hiding, so they couldn't find him. Zhou Xuanji felt at ease. This meant that Lu Wuji was still in the netherworld. As long as he did not harm the northern wilderness region, it was fine for him to stay in the underworld. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji realized that he was moving very quickly. A strange power enveloped him, which made him feel no wind resistance. The scenery around him seemed to be moving very slowly, but it was actually moving extremely quickly. Zhou Xuanji remembered this feeling. He felt that it was an incredible power. By the seaside of the northern wilderness region, Sunlight Emperor strolled on the beach. 9 golden dragons coiled around his body. He looked indifferent, like the Dragon Emperor coming out of the sea. A man in black appeared in front of him. He knelt down on one knee and said with a deep voice, Great Emperor, you are finally back. Sunlight Emperor walked up to him and looked down at him. What happened? He asked softly. After receiving the true dragon's inheritance, his power grew tremendously. His every move was so domineering that it was as though he was born with the pride that came from the depths of his soul. Sun Hill was flattened by Lu Wuji. The Sword Emperor defeated Lu Wuji and saved the northern wilderness region. He became the top cultivator in the world, while Yu fell to the 2nd position. The man in black replied carefully, fearing that he would anger Sunlight Emperor. However, Sunlight Emperor said expressionlessly, Oh, interesting. He brushed past the black-clothed man and rushed toward Sun Tomb. The man in black followed closely behind him. Anticipation could be seen in his eyes. He could sense that Sunlight Emperor had become more powerful. Next, he would surely become the top cultivator in the world. The Netherworld. Zhou Xuanji followed the 2 impermanences for half a day and came to a palace. The surroundings were barren, and there were 2 rows of ghostly soldiers in front of the palace. These ghostly soldiers were surrounded by ghostly qi. They had no feet and were levitating silently with their heads lowered. After entering the palace, Zhou Xuanji saw a muscular man sitting in the hall. He wore an official's hat and had a tanned face. His eyes were like a leopard's and were filled with deterrence. Before he came, the two impermanences told him that this magistrate was called Magistrate Chui. "Kneel!" one of the impermanences cried out. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji frowned. Men have gold under their knees, how could they kneel? Moreover, he was innocent. Seeing that he refused to kneel, the two impermanences walked up and grabbed his shoulders, preparing to force him down. "Stop! Let him stand. The two of you can leave," Magistrate Chui cried out. Magistrate Chui bellowed, and the two hell guards immediately bowed and retreated. Only when there were only the two of them left in the palace did Magistrate Chui speak slowly. "Zhou Xuanji, 58 years old this year and a first tribulation scattered immortal. There are very few experts like this in the mortal world. Your fate is not simple," Magistrate Chui said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Magistrate Chui said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. Magistrates could see everyone's fate in the mortal realm and understand their past and present lives. In your previous life, you were only a first-rank mortal. You were mediocre and died young. After reincarnating, you've changed so much, it's quite strange. Magistrate Chui mumbled to himself and sank into his thoughts. Died young? Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. Dying suddenly in his previous life was a stain on his life. However, this also meant that Earth was a mortal world. He did not panic, he could just pretend that he did not have memories of his previous life. Who didn't have a previous life? I'll give you two choices. One is to reincarnate, and the other is to serve in the netherworld. Magistrate Chui looked at Zhou Xuanji and said calmly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "Can't you just send me back? I don't believe that you don't have the ability to do so. Could it be that this old fellow wanted to keep him?" Magistrate Chui also frowned and said nothing. Judges don't have the ability to reverse yin and yang, and the kings of hell are out on business. They won't be able to return for at least a few decades. You can choose to wait. When the kings of hell return, I'll pass on the news about you. However, living people can't live for too long in the netherworld. You can only stay in this hall and not go out. Magistrate Chui looked at Zhou Xuanji and said slowly. A few decades? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly as he asked, if we stay here for decades, how much time will pass in the northern wilderness region? Judge Chui replied, the time in the Yin world is the same as that in the mortal world. How long you stay here is how much time has passed in the world of the living. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 360. Hearing Magistrate Chui's words, Zhou Xuanji fell silent for a long time. He raised his head and asked, "Can I cultivate here and open the yin-yang boundary formation by myself in the future?" He thought of the 9 hell flame extinction. Lu Wuji had imparted this divine ability to him while he was recuperating. It was incredibly profound, and it would be very difficult to master. Magistrate Chui squinted his eyes and said, "The yin-yang divine art is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao, but I can let you cultivate it and form a good karma." Zhou Xuanji's talent was more than just rare. No one in the mortal realm could rival him. As long as he was given time, he would become an immortal sooner or later, so he wanted to rope Zhou Xuanji in. Or else, why would he let Zhou Xuanji stay in the palace? Zhou Xuanji was stunned and immediately understood what he meant. He cupped his fists and said, "I will remember this favor." He had no other choice but to stay here and cultivate. As for Jianghu and the others, with Daoist old man taking care of them, they should be fine. However, when he thought of the death that Daoist old man and Jianghu had predicted, his heart tightened. After exchanging a few words with Magistrate Chui, he walked to the side and began to cultivate. Magistrate Chui looked at him quietly, wanting to see the cultivation speed of this genius. Once the Xianxia map was activated, berserk spiritual qi of the heavens and earth flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body, causing Magistrate Chui's expression to change slightly. Magistrate Chui didn't say anything and just quietly watched him cultivate. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid that Magistrate Chui would spy on the Xianxia map or his divine abilities. After all, Magistrate Chui was a high-ranking official in the Netherworld, and his standards were not that low. In the following period of time, every hour, Wu Chang would bring a lone soul into the hall. Most ghosts would either beg for mercy or explain themselves to the infernal judges. Judge Chui first recounted their past in detail, and then decided to send them to hell or reincarnate. Reincarnation also had a primary and secondary distinction. The primary was the human race, the secondary was the other races, the top was wealth, and the bottom was poverty. In the previous life, if one had done good deeds and accumulated good karma, one could become a master. In the previous life, if one had done evil, one could become a master. If one had done evil, one would become a master. The peerless fiends didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. They could only suffer in hell for eternity. Zhou Xuanji cultivated while listening to Magistrate Chui's judgment, and he gained a deeper understanding of right and wrong. He first used 10 days to heal the injuries on his physical body before he started to cultivate the 9 hell flame extinction. In front of Magistrate Chui, he didn't want to expose his godly sword, so his recovery was slower. The 9 hell flame extinction was a divine art that contained the profoundness of a formation. It was incomparably complicated. Learning the 9 hell flame extinction was equivalent to grasping the basics of the way of yin and yang. He had to hurry up, or else it would be bad if Lu Wuji returned to the northern wilderness region. Magistrate Chui did not disturb Zhou Xuanji. He would occasionally go out, but he would return after a short while. Every day, he had to deal with dozens of cases. Sometimes, the Hellguard would not come for an hour, and when he did, he would bring a group of wandering ghosts with him. Zhou Xuanji also noticed that there were many impermanences. They all looked similar, but there were dozens of impermanences, or perhaps even more. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 60th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 60 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained gold, yellow wind sword, celestial shaking, sun-devouring Tiango sword. The sword spirit's voice made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes. The celestial shaking sword had finally appeared. Indeed, 60 years old was an auspicious period. When he was 59 years old, he obtained 2 amethyst swords. They were the ghost-walking sword and the dark diamond gilded sword. It was not a pleasant surprise. This time, he was very happy. However, this was Magistrate Chui's territory, so he didn't dare to take it out. Information about the 2 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Yellow Wind Sword level, gold description, the wind of yellow sand is extremely corrosive. Caution is required when using this sword. Sword name, Sun-devouring Tiango sword level, shocking immortal, description, at the beginning of the world, when the sun was born, there was a heavenly dog that specialized in devouring the sun. This sword was formed from the soul of the sun-devouring heavenly dog and contains the mighty power of devouring the sun. It is extremely domineering. Zhou Xuanji's attention was drawn to the sun-devouring Tiango sword. Its name sounded ordinary, but it had the power to devour the sun, making him look forward to it. He had once asked the ancient god sword if it had the power of celestial shaking realm after the 9 souls fused into one. The sword spirit had replied that it was still lacking. Now that he was in possession of the immortal shaking sword, how could he not be overjoyed? If he met Lu Wuji again, he would definitely display his strength. He took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. He had already memorized all the qi circulation methods of the 9 hell flame extinction, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cultivate it. Helpless, he began to cultivate World Overlord. He suddenly found that after coming to the Netherworld, his comprehension of World Overlord became even faster. He sensed a different power of heaven and earth in the Netherworld. World Overlord controlled the power of heaven and earth and was the sole overlord. After obtaining the sun-devouring Tiango sword, he relaxed and directly entered a state of comprehension. What kind of energy technique is this boy cultivating? He can actually comprehend the power of heaven and earth in the netherworld. Magistrate Chui glanced at Zhou Xuanji and felt inwardly shocked. If this went on, as long as Zhou Xuanji had enough time, he might be able to cultivate a divine ability of the way of yin and yang. Once he reached great accomplishment, he would be able to move freely between the yin and yang realms. Magistrate Chui shook his head and laughed. He did not feel any envy, only some anticipation. Even in the netherworld, there were struggles over benefits. Zhou Xuanji's talent was very great, and he could use him. Magistrate Chui had a thought and disappeared from where he was. After he returned, he took out a bottle of medicinal pills and gave it to Zhou Xuanji. These are great spirit pills from the netherworld, and they are the salary of netherworld servants. I'll give you a bottle, so cultivate well. Magistrate Chui explained before returning to the hall and continuing to work. Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled and deeply looked at Magistrate Chui. There was no free lunch in the world. It seemed that this fellow needed his help. He was not worried that Magistrate Chui would poison him. With Magistrate Chui's power, it would be easy for him to deal with him. Why would he need to beat around the bush? Zhou Xuanji took out a great spirit pill and ate it. Boom! He felt an explosion in his body, and a berserk spiritual qi ravaged his body. He immediately channeled his energy to cultivate. Magistrate Chui gave a slight smile and picked up a book, reading it with great interest. Great spirit pills were extremely domineering. He used a year to break through to second tribulation scattered immortal. However, Magistrate Chui's great spirit pills were limited, so he could not use them limitlessly. After that, he could only cultivate by himself. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 6 years passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 67 years old. Every year, Magistrate Chui would provide him with 2 bottles of great spirit pills. His cultivation also reached third tribulation scattered immortal. He was about to master the 9 hell flame extinction. As for World Overlord, it was too difficult. However, at least he had improved a lot, and there was hope. In the past 7 years, he had obtained 12 magical swords. The highest was the glorious gold magical sword, and the lowest was the bronze magical sword. It could be seen that every time his luck was off the charts, there would be a period of low times. These 12 divine swords were the Sword of Laceration, Sword of Lick, Sword of Yasai, Sword of Golden Wave, Sword of Small Dao, Sword of Dual-Threaded, Sword of Bird, Sword of Shaking Heaven, Sword of Tall Building, Sword of Autumn Wind, Sword of Poison Tears, and Sword of Retribution. This day, after cultivation, Zhou Xuanji asked Magistrate Chui about Jiang Shui's situation. He was already familiar with Magistrate Chui. Usually, he would ask about Jiang Shui's lifespan so that he could know whether she was still alive or not. Calm. Wonderful Bookstore Calm. Chapter 361. Your wife and daughter are fine. They have a long lifespan. Unless they encounter a power beyond the mortal realm, they will not die within 1,000 years. Magistrate Chui shook his head and said. This brat was good in every aspect, but he was too concerned about his wife and daughter. To a powerful cultivator, this was not a good thing. If one was too involved with someone, it would often become one's weakness. Zhou Xuanji was not at ease. It was not like there were no powers beyond the mortal realm. For example, Lu Wuji, Baihaoisen, Xianyuan Zhou, and so on. The northern wilderness region was too dangerous. He did not panic but continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. While he was cultivating World Overlord and 9 Hell Flame Extinction, his understanding of sword souls had also increased. He could use different sword techniques at the same time, so why couldn't he use different sword souls at the same time? This idea shocked him. He had been cultivating for a month. When he created a sword soul, it shook the entire palace, which shocked Magistrate Chui. To prevent Zhou Xuanji from causing any damage, Magistrate Chui created a protective barrier to isolate Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, he created a space with a radius of 30 meters for him to cultivate. As time passed, many impermanences remembered Zhou Xuanji. What was worth mentioning was that Zhou Xuanji encountered some ghosts from the northern wilderness region. They had witnessed Zhou Xuanji establishing a sect, but they were killed by Lu Wuji and fell into the netherworld. Although this made him feel a little emotional, he did not plead for mercy for Zhou Xuanji. Firstly, it was useless. Secondly, he did not want to interfere with the cycle of life and death. 6 years later, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation reached fourth tribulation scattered immortal. He finally mastered 9 hell flame extinction. In these 6 years, his name had spread throughout the netherworld. Many ghost servants knew that Magistrate Chui had taken in a living person and was nurturing him. Gradually, those impermanences became respectful to Zhou Xuanji. Without King Yama, the magistrate was the ruler of a territory. It was easy to hide things. Although it was taboo to take in a living person, it was not a big deal to a magistrate. Since ancient times, magistrates had nurtured mortals. The mortals would become immortals and then nurture the magistrates. Immediately, a few Yama kings ascended to their positions through this method. 6 years later, Zhou Xuanji obtained another 8 legendary swords. They were the Defense Sword, Little Dragon Sword, Qin Wind Sword, Balance Moon Sword, Jietang Sword, Flying Evasion Thunder Sword, Steel Armor Sword, and Earth Core Sword. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and got up slowly. He had already stayed in the netherworld for 13 years. He had been reborn and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He could witness the cycle of life and death every day, causing his temperament to become even more stable. "Are you ready to leave?" Magistrate Chui asked as he put down the netherworld book. He was a little reluctant to let Zhou Xuanji go. He was already used to Zhou Xuanji's presence. If this brat left, he would most likely feel uncomfortable. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you for taking care of me for so many years. I will never forget this favor." If not, how could it, how would he could, how could reach great, immortal, how? "Hi," Zhou said. The Chui said. "Chui." Magistrate. Magistrate hi, he, and said, "But in. This kid is really terrifying. He's only 73 years old, but he's already a fourth tribulation loose immortal. He knew, every person had their own secrets and trump cards. If he wanted to nurture a powerful cultivator naturally had to have these methods. After leaving the magistrate's palace, Zhou Xuanji quickly came to a place without ghosts. He took out the true Lord Xianxia sword and strode out with his right foot. He stabbed the sword into the ground, and massive magic energy exploded out, sweeping through the 1,000 meters of mountainous terrain. Lines of fire appeared in the air. They were complex and complicated, and they quickly ignited into raging flames. 9 hell flame extinction. Zhou Xuanji's expression was cold, but he looked quite nervous. It had been 13 years. He did not know how Skyfall was doing. Also, there was his daughter. A few years ago, when he had asked Magistrate Chui to check Jiang Shui's lifespan, he had found out that he had a daughter. He had felt both happy and guilty. However, when his daughter was born, he had fallen into the netherworld. His daughter had been born, causing him to work even harder. Today, he could finally go back. Boom! The 9 hell flame extinction exploded out. Roiling flames rose from the ground, seeming like they were going to break through the sky. Zhou Xuanji was inundated by the flames. The ground beneath his feet was reduced to nothingness, and he dived downwards. Swish! At that moment, he heard the sound of the air being torn. He looked over and found that Lu Wuji had followed him. He slightly frowned. Why was this fellow nearby? He did not say anything and directly unleashed his sword souls. 3 black sword souls appeared behind him. They were the sky-dominating Divine Sword, Soul Eater Slash, and Tempest Slash. The 3 sword techniques all lean towards domineering attacks, and they were the easiest to condense sword souls at the same time. The sword souls were all half a meter tall, and they were all savage and dignified, looking like illusory images. Zhou Xuanji used True Lord Xianxia's power, and his aura exploded out as he rushed towards Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji's expression was grim, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Seeing Zhou Xuanji turn around and charge at him, his fury was ignited. When enemies met, their eyes would burn with hatred. Clang! The True Lord Xianxia's sword collided with Lu Wuji's iron palm. Their gazes met, and both of them could see the unforgettable killing intent in each other's eyes. Zhou Xuanji, I've waited a long time for you. I never thought that you would even learn 9 Hell Flame Extinction. Lu Wuji said coldly. He had stayed in the Netherworld for 13 years, but his cultivation had not improved at all. This was because ghosts did not have essence qi, making him feel quite depressed. Afterwards, he had found Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts, but with Magistrate Chui's protection, he did not dare to get close. He had tried to leave this region, but Magistrate Chui's territory was surrounded by the Yellow Springs, so he could not cross the Yellow Springs and could only hide nearby. He did not dare to rashly use 9 Hell Flame Extinction because he was afraid of being attacked by Magistrate Chui. However, Zhou Xuanji was different. He had Magistrate Chui's protection, and with him using 9 Hell Flame Extinction, there naturally would not be any Netherworld expert stopping him. Every time he thought about this, he could not help but feel jealous. Lu Wuji's remnant soul was helping Zhou Xuanji, and Magistrate Chui was also protecting Zhou Xuanji. Why did he receive so much love and care? Thinking about that, his expression became more savage. Zhou Xuanji, watch as I turn your bones to dust today. Lu Wuji furiously roared, sending Zhou Xuanji flying back. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced in the wind as he wildly laughed and said, Lu Wuji, 13 years ago you were almost killed by me. Now, do you still have the courage to say such words? He was no longer a first tribulation scattered immortal. He was a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. He swung his sword ferociously, and the 3 sword souls turned into 3 beams of black light and shot toward Lu Wuji. Even someone as powerful as Lu Wuji could not dodge in time and was struck by the sword chi formed by the sword souls. Blood spurted all over his body. Zhou Xuanji flipped his left hand, and the sun-devouring Tiango sword appeared in his hand. He quickly activated 10,000 ultimate steps. Psh! Lu Wuji's head flew up, and Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and kicked him backward. He stepped on Lu Wuji's body and descended swiftly. At the same time, within the Magistrate Palace, Magistrate Chui put down the Netherworld book in his hands suddenly and said in shock, "This is calm. Wonderful book house." Chapter 362. Good kid, you've really surprised me. Magistrate Chui smiled faintly, then lowered his eyes and continued to read, ignoring the battle in the distance. Zhou Xuanji held the sun-devouring Tiango sword in his left hand and the True Lord Xianxia sword in his right hand as he stepped on Lu Wuji and descended quickly. Under his suppression, Lu Wuji was unable to break free. This guy's life was indeed tough. Even though he had lost his head, he still had the strength to fight. Soon, the two of them passed the yin-yang junction and fell into extreme darkness. Zhou Xuanji continuously used universal attraction, using the soles of his feet to latch onto Lu Wuji, making it so that he could not escape. Being in this darkness, his senses were ineffective. He couldn't use his divine sense to see the situation below, so he could only go with the flow. Interesting. There are actually 2 great tribulation bodiless immortals between yin and yang. A soft laughter came suddenly, which sent chills down Zhou Xuanji's spine. This voice was illusory and hard to discern. However, to be able to appear between yin and yang, it must be an expert that surpassed the mortal world. Hehe, I'll give you a palm strike to see if you live or die. If you live and meet me in the future, I'll bestow you with an opportunity. Zhou Xuanji heard him and almost cursed out loud. Who needs your opportunities? Is there something wrong with him? Before he could curse out loud, a terrifying force struck him, instantly causing him to lose consciousness. Gee, a wave of bird cries woke Zhou Xuanji up. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a field of weeds. At this moment, he was lying in the grass, his arms and legs in an exaggerated posture. Not far from him was a headless corpse. It was Lu Wuji. The chaotic memories gradually became clear, and after a while, he regained consciousness. Damn it! Don't let me find out who you are, Zhou Xuanji thought as he gritted his teeth. He took out the Holy Light Redemption sword and used his will to control it to stab into his back. When he saw Lu Wuji's corpse, he felt proud. This fellow was finally dead. Just in case, he took out the ancient god's sword and stabbed Lu Wuji several hundred times. Only after confirming that this guy was really dead did he change his direction. Lu Wuji's soul emerged from the ancient god's sword, and he said, "You really are ruthless." After all, it was his corpse, and he still had feelings for it. Emperor Zhao also appeared and exclaimed, "That guy from before was really strong, I was so scared that I didn't even dare to come out." Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask who it was. He was really unhappy that he had been hit for no reason. "I'm not sure. To be able to travel between yin and yang, one has to at least be a real god." Lu Wuji sighed, his tone complicated. True god? Could they be immortals and gods? Zhou Xuanji became even more curious and continued to ask. Lu Wuji and Emperor Zhao refused to say anything, making him feel like a cat was scratching his heart. Following this, Zhou Xuanji's attention began to wander. He was wondering if this was the world of the living. No. It shouldn't be the northern wilderness region. During his 13 years in the underworld, he had learned about the existence of many mortal worlds. The northern wilderness region was just a speck of dust in the vast sea of sand. This should be the northern wilderness region. This familiar spiritual energy. Emperor Zhao opened his arms and said in a mesmerized tone. Zhou Xuanji was relieved and began to focus on recuperating. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a tiger's roar came. A black tiger the size of a bull walked out from the forest. It stared at Zhou Xuanji fiercely with its ferocious eyes, as though it wanted to eat him. Zhou Xuanji was disdainful. Wanting to eat him with only first-rank cultivation? He could just lie here and let the beast bite him, and he would be fine. Demon! Get lost! A childish shout could be heard as a chubby boy dressed in animal skin rushed over with a wooden sword in hand. He was white and tender, just like a pig. The black tiger turned to look at him. This little fatty looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old. His face was chubby, and his eyes were squinted. There were only 2 lines under his eyebrows. He held the wooden sword and cried out fiercely, "Aw! Demon, get lost! I'm Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple. When my revered teacher comes, he will slaughter all your ancestors." This guy spoke as though he was acting in an opera, which almost made Zhou Xuanji laugh out loud. The black tiger stared at the little fatty and roared softly. It leaped up suddenly and pounced at the little fatty. The little fatty was so frightened that the fat on his body trembled. He held the sword with both hands and thrust it toward the sky. "Emperor's way!" he roared. "Thousand-hand sword Buddha!" PFFTT, the sword flashed, and the black tiger fell to the ground. Its head rolled into the grass, and blood splattered all over the ground. The little fatty maintained his posture of swinging his sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was about to attack, was stunned. This guy really cultivated sword chi. His cultivation was so low, but he could kill a first-rank demon. The little fatty tried his best to open his eyes wide and cried out excitedly, "Yay! I'm so powerful." After that, he turned around and squatted down in front of Zhou Xuanji. "Little brother, are you okay?" He chuckled. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What sword technique did you use just now?" The sword chi was formless but powerful. "Not bad." The little fatty heard him and laughed proudly. "This is the Emperor's way thousand-hand sword Buddha. Have you heard of the sword Emperor? This is what he taught me." Zhou Xuanji blinked and said, "Zhou Xuanji is very young, how can you call him old?" The little fatty glared at him and said, "That's an honorific. He's the youngest top cultivator in history, and he's only 73 years old this year." At the mention of the Sword Emperor, this boy could not stop talking, as if he really was the Sword Emperor's disciple. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt him and felt quite pleased. 13 years had passed, but my legend still exists. The little fatty suddenly saw the Holy Light Redemption Sword, and his eyes lit up. He instinctively wanted to draw it. "Stop! Don't draw it!" Zhou Xuanji cried out, causing the little fatty to tremble and fall to the ground. He felt wronged as he said, "I'm not greedy for this sword, I saw that you were injured and wanted to help you." He noticed Lu Wuji's headless corpse and felt a chill in his heart. What kind of intense battle had happened just then? He felt fear in his heart and wanted to leave. "Tell me your name, and where is this place? How far away is it from Skyfall?" Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the little fatty. His murderous aura almost made the little fatty piss his pants. He did not dare to lie, nor did he dare to run. "I'm Long Xiaoshui. This is the southern Snow Kingdom, and it's very far from Skyfall. I don't know exactly how far it is either. I'm just a lonely young man from a poor family." The little fatty cried out with a sobbing tone. He felt quite wronged. He had come to save someone, but he had been shouted at instead. The auntie in the village was right, people were sinister and could not be easily trusted. Southern Snow Kingdom, Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. What a coincidence. He had never thought that after returning to the northern wilderness region, he would end up in the southern Snow Kingdom again. However, he was not too familiar with the southern Snow Kingdom. He had only met Jianghu at the border of the southern Snow Kingdom. "There are many demons nearby, don't run around." Seeing the little fatty's bloodshot eyes, Zhou Xuanji said gently. Long Xiaoshui heard him and immediately became anxious. "I'm not a child." When Zhou Xuanji was 6 years old, he traveled the world with his sword. "I'm doing the same. Not only me, but Zhou Xuanji's daughter is doing the same. I heard that we lost contact with that girl, and the entire Emperor Sword Court is going crazy. As long as I find her, Zhou Xuanji will take me as his disciple." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 363. What? My daughter is missing? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and instinctively tried to prop himself up. His muscles were aching as if they were being torn apart, and his bones were cracking. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Why did we lose contact with Zhou Xuanji's daughter? Doesn't Emperor Sword Court have many experts?" Long Xiaoshui sighed and said, "It said that the little princess is very arrogant. She keeps saying that she wants to surpass the Sword Emperor, wanting to imitate the Sword Emperor's path. She tried to run away from home before she was 8 years old and was caught many times." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. "You want to copy me?" he asked gloomily. "How did you know about her?" Long Xiaoshui looked at him in disdain and said, "She was a genius from the moment she was born, and she has a keen understanding of the sword way that surpasses ordinary people. The entire northern wilderness region is talking about her legend. She managed to cultivate sword will at the age of 10. Don't you think that's terrifying?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide again and asked, "Really? He had the supreme legendary sword system, which was why he was able to master sword intent so quickly. Could it be that his daughter also had a subsystem? Or was he also a transmigrator? He was thrown into confusion. Long Xiaoshui placed his hands on his hips and shook his belly as he chuckled, "My master's daughter is just that powerful." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said unpleasantly, "You spilled the beans just now." Long Xiaoshui replied nonchalantly, "It's only a matter of time. What's the harm in calling him master now?" Zhou Xuanji was speechless and ignored him. At the thought of his daughter's disappearance, he could not remain calm. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. "Can you tell me where was the last time Zhou Xuanji's daughter appeared?" Zhou Xuanji walked up to Long Xiaoshui with difficulty and asked. Long Xiaoshui was very nervous. He held the wooden sword tightly and replied, "It's the southern snow kingdom. I've already said that she wants to imitate my master. I've also traveled thousands of miles to come here. Do you know how much danger I've encountered on the way?" Seeing that this guy was going on and on, Zhou Xuanji became impatient. He waved his hand and interrupted, saying, "All right, go home. Little kids shouldn't run around. Wait until you're strong enough before going to Skyfall." With Long Xiaoshui's capabilities, he would definitely die a horrible death if he were to encounter a powerful demon. Long Xiaoshui snorted, "I won't. I'm going to become the disciple of the Sword Emperor, so how can I be afraid of such a small obstacle? Any later and I can only be the Sword Emperor's grand disciple, or even his great-grand disciple." Zhou Xuanji was so angry that he laughed and punched him. Even though he was heavily injured, he still sent him kneeling on the ground. "You," Long Xiaoshui covered his head with his hands. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Zhou Xuanji asked, "You said that you are all alone, is that true?" As soon as he came back, he bumped into his little fan. He was hesitating whether he should promote him or not. Long Xiaoshui nodded and stood up. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, saying, "I grew up without parents. I wandered the world without any worries." Looking at his smug expression, he seemed to be very proud. "Follow me, let's go find Zhou Xuanji's daughter." Zhou Xuanji instructed. After that, he burned Lu Wuji's corpse into ashes before walking in a certain direction. Long Xiaoshui knew a lot of information. He could use him to understand his daughter's mental state. They both wanted to imitate Zhou Xuanji, and perhaps they could think of the same thing. Hearing this, Long Xiaoshui immediately became excited. Even though Zhou Xuanji looked like he was going to die, he was still quite ferocious when he roared at him. If he could come with him, he would feel very safe. Just like that, the two of them set off together. "Brat, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you look like this and you're called Xiaoshui? I'll be handsome after I slim down. With your talent, even if you enter Emperor Sword Court, you will only be an odd job disciple. You're looking down on me. Huh." Zhou Xuanji continued to bicker with him as he recovered from his injuries. In the netherworld, Magistrate Chui was incredibly busy every day and did not have time to chat with him. It was rare for him to meet such a shameless person, so he naturally could not help but chat with him. Even though this brat was unreliable, he had a righteous heart. He was not bad. Within a mountain range, two women walked through a pine forest. The woman walking in front had a graceful figure. She wore an exquisite green dress and had a pretty face. Her long hair was coiled up on her head, and she was thinking as she walked. The girl behind her looked relatively young, only 13 or 14 years old. She already had a slender and elegant posture. She was dressed in white, and her black hair hung down naturally. There was a treasured sword at her waist, and her eyes were lively. She looked left and right with a vigilant look. "Big sister, is there really an ancient sword emperor's inheritance nearby?" The girl in white asked, her tone filled with doubt. There should be many powerful demons gathering around such a powerful inheritance. But the surroundings looked so peaceful, and there was no sense of danger. "Little girl, the more powerful the inheritance, the more unexpected it will appear, the woman in green said with a smile. The girl in white could not help but nod when she heard this. She quickly walked to the woman in green and asked, "Big sister, you said that the most powerful person in the world is not my father. Who is it?" This girl was Zhou Xuanji's daughter, Zhou Xiaoxian. The woman in green lowered her head and smiled as she said, "Of course it's Yang Di. Before your father was born, he became first in the world 3 times in a row. Even the number 1 demonic cultivator, human Xianxia, could not do anything to him. He fell to second because he went to the True Dragon clan and was defeated by Lu Wuji in Sun Hill. The world thought that he lost, and your father defeated Lu Wuji, so he fell to second." Zhou Xiaoxian came to a realization, but she was still a little doubtful and asked, "Could it be that Yang Di never fought with my father?" Since she was young, everyone she knew said that Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful, apart from this woman in green. As such, she disliked the halo around her, but deep in her heart, she still hoped that Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful. "No, your father is too young. To the northern wilderness, he's just a child. Yang Di used to be first in the world, so how could he lower his back to fight with him? Your father disappeared for 13 years, so Yang Di had no chance to regain his title," the woman in green said as she shook her head. The woman in cyan skirt shook her head. She paused for a while and then said, "Of course, your father's power is beyond doubt. Give him some time, and he will surpass Yang Di sooner or later. He is the strongest genius in the history of the human tribe." Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and did not answer. What a joke. How can